His small talk has altered foreign policy. He once ran a marathon because it was on his way. Sasquatch has taken a photograph of him. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always post memes, but when I do, I prefer to drop a truth bomb. Stay woke, my niggas.
Tiger uppercut! You win. Perfect.
Ashe, peace and benedictions. I was a little off key right there. It's all good. Trying to get this motherfucking stream started. I keep saying I ain't starting no stream on my OBS. On the block, nigga. All right. So, wanna follow up with this motherfucking George. My fault. See, I start giving away my own shit already. I want to start going through this Tyre Nichols bullshit. You know what I mean? It's 11:07. We're coming in the 23rd hour. To, set this shit right. So it's the first day of Black History Month. You know what I'm saying? The month of 42 and 59 symbolism. Prevalent. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to go over this bullshit. But first, I'm gonna get into this right here. What the fuck is going on here? Now that's coming out of somebody. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? These motherfuckers getting these fiber clots. Look like one coming out of her ass right here. So coming out of this lady ass right here. I don't know if it is, but that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on here. All I know is that I don't know what the fuck that is. And that shit was long as shit. That shit don't look like it's supposed to be up in you. When I saw this, first thing I thought was fiber clot. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother can of worms, or can of something. But we're gonna get into this. We're gonna get into this funeral shit. You know what I mean? I ain't seen it yet, so I'm gonna overlook it. I'm gonna go over a couple things before I get into that. Ashe, peace and benedictions. You know what I'm saying? We going in. So what I was gonna say. 1,000 people shot. Over 1,000 people shot this year, and only 200 of them is black people. You know what I'm saying? So somebody's being gaslit. So they're not even saying. They didn't even say who is these other people that got shot. You know what I'm saying? But obviously somebody's getting shot more than us. But I'm not trying to say that, to try to pivot away from going on with us. But I'm just pointing that out that to show you that how we being gaslit. You know what I'm saying? So what's this article say right here? All right, this is the Tyre Nichols situation. I think I wanna skim through this. Actually, no. I wanna go through what clip I got right here. Just do some headliners. I want to do some headliners first. So we had a couple people making statements in the news and shit. That's my gematria shit. All right, we doing live. So let's go over some backstory. Yeah, we talked about the bullshit with this shit going on. You know, they said his brother had something to say, his mom had something to say, his step papa had something to say. They gaslighting us with different images. Yesterday they was, pointing out how this shit happened near blocks away from where Martin Luther King got assassinated. You know what I'm saying? Now you see, like, this is here at the event in question, right? Let me blow my shit up. So this is here at the event in question. This is the day before the funeral. So they putting up these different pictures right here, right? And you see, like, they got justice for Tyre, I am a man, and where have we seen these I am a man posters before? Think about it. Take a wild guess. You know what I mean? Of course we got another point in the pattern developing here. Al Sharpton, who did the eulogy at the funeral. You know what I mean? Because just like George Floyd, similar pattern. But we're gonna get into that, you know what I mean, and see, what that funeral was hitting for. But I just want to point out this shit right here with these signs and shit, you know what I mean? See how they putting up these signs and they down there in Memphis, right? Hint, hint. You know, some people might not know why they putting up these "I am a man" signs. Well, why they doing that? It's all gaslighting, man. It's gaslighting. Now, I thought I edited this clip. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But matter of fact, let me get that off the screen. See, we doing this shit live. We running a motherfucking TV show live, flaws and all. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. So, all right, let me see. Let me see here. Did I edit this twice or what? So I'm gonna come out of that and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna chop that up real quick because I was supposed to cut all of that bullshit out. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Give me 1 second. But I wanted to point out, I had some different statistics and shit that I wanted to show. Is this it right here? Hold on. Let me see. We're gonna get there. Yep. Here we are right here. So I see what I did. I put the shit at the back instead of the front. I'm supposed to put the shit at the back. I mean, this story in the front. All right, so here we go. Let me convert that real quick. So while we doing that, let me get that bullshit off the screen. Matter of fact, I think I could push forward with that. I could push forward with that. So yeah, I am a man. You know what I'm saying? This is what I wanted to show you. The 50th anniversary of this shit. Well, it's not necessarily 50th anniversary right now. I don't know what the exact anniversary this is. But here we go right here. I am a man posters, right? And they're doing the same shit over again. This is the anniversary of the bullshit. You know what I mean? So they just hitting you with the same shit, gaslighting you. You know what I mean? Same civil rights bullshit. So I just wanted to point that out before I get into this shit. I got a couple other things I want to point out. They gaslight this with this, and of course, this is supposed to have happened there where Martin Luther King got killed. And you gotta think like, all right, they held this brother's body for 25 days. Why? Why 25 days? Usually people get buried 7 days after their funeral, and especially if you're Muslim, it's like the next day. But they held this body intentionally for 25 days. They released the footage strategically, all this shit to gaslight you, to usher you right into Black History Month. You know what I'm saying? And then what they do, they start talking about the George Floyd bill, right? Political shit. you had somebody damn funeral talking about a George Floyd bill. That much I do know. I heard that little excerpt from the news. But I'm gonna just cut the shit on. But before I get into that, because that's like a long thing, I'm gonna try to talk over most of it. Get my brothers to come on and talk with me and shit. But I ain't going to just sit there and watch that whole shit with all that bullshit and singing and all that. So all right. So where we at right here? So I want to play this audio. No, I played that. So I want to play this audio clip from CNN. I got 2 or 3 articles from CNN that I want to go
over. Kate, we're just have a section of it that we
have this just in to CNN. For the first time, we are hearing some audio from Memphis police scanners of the traffic stop involving Tyre Nichols. Now, this is separate from the videos that everyone is waiting for to be released. Videos capturing how Tyre Nichols was beaten by police. Those videos have yet to come out. Let's get back to Memphis. Sarah Seidner standing by once again.
This is before the bullshit.
Sarah, tell us about these police scanner recordings.
Kate, we're just have a section of it that we were able to hear. Some of there seemed to be some distress at some point, but we want to let the audience hear it themselves. As you know, Tyre Nichols was killed. He died on January 10th after being pulled over on the 7th.
Okay, so correction.
What police at the time said was reckless driving.
So was that? That's about what?
And somehow ended up getting beaten. And so
23
we have
days.
Now heard from the police chief,
right?
and we have
22
now heard
days
from the family
that they held the body.
Was
That's strange.
Absolutely inhumane. 5 police officers have been fired. We are awaiting the potential.
So this is early on.
We expect to hear from the DA at 2.
Now I haven't reviewed this before, but I'm doing a lot of this research live. So
the dispatcher
we're going
police.
We're going to go through this together.
I'd
you know
like
what I mean?
to listen to a section of it.
We got 1 male black running. Over there, set up for him.
The Scorpion car pull over to East Range and Ross.
Now that made me think.
Tag and see what the address.
Let me pause that real quick. So I just want to add this point in real quick. I noticed that, like, with this situation, this dude, he got tased, he got punched on, he got tased. Allegedly, he got tased multiple times. I mean, all of this is. Let me say all of this. Let me start over. Allegedly, he got punched on. Allegedly, he got tased, right? And quite possibly more than once, right? Allegedly, he got maced, and allegedly, this mace is like the caliber of like bear spray. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody's ever been maced before, you're very disoriented. You know what I'm saying? You fucked up. You're coughing, mucus flying everywhere. All of this shit is like kind of like swole up and shit. Very difficult to see. Your eyes burning and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's if somebody sprayed you full blast. Just like how we talked about the bull the other day, the military bull who got supposed to have got maced in his face, like full blast, and then they awarded him what, $1 million or something. He only got $4 grand. You know what I'm saying? Then that video clip, he was like, damn, this nigga, the way they spraying that shit in his face, it was like he ain't had no really effect on him. That shit wasn't looking like, it was like water more than anything. So like with this situation, this dude, he gets sprayed in his face, punched on, tased, right? So punches to the head, being tased multiple times, possibly mace in your face. That would have you pretty much disoriented. So, right off the top, like when I seen like all of this, and then I seen the dude, take off and run, I was kind of confused. I was concerned with that because I'm like, all right, if somebody get beat up, tased, and maced, how can they run off into the dark? Now, maybe, your adrenaline, whatever, override all of that, your fight or flight shit kick in, whatever, and you can just run. But I would just think that, if you can't see, you're disoriented, you've been tased, there's basically like somebody just reset your fucking computer. How can you take off running, especially to the point that, people who train to catch people who run from them and, all of that kind of shit, they can't catch you. I thought that was kind of significant, But I mean, let's keep going through this.
He's fighting at this time. Check the box.
What stands out to me here is you hear what sounds like distress.
That little ass clip.
Then you hear the dispatcher, it sounds like saying he's fighting at this time. But you also hear the officer say, run that tag and see what's the address. The question is, did they not run the tag when they first pulled him over, which often officers do, especially if they are coming up onto a car.
Y'all might be telling on yourself, giving up too much detail. Just like we said, when you lie, you got to keep lying. So they might be giving up too much details by doing this. Trying to make it look like pure ineptitude, because then it's like, all right, well, if they didn't run his tag, and then what was the point of them pulling over in the first place? You know what I'm saying? So if he got pulled over and they just snatched him out the car and just started whooping his ass, what would have been the reason for that? Did he, buck the traffic? Did he stop? Did he not stop when they wanted him to stop? What was the initial thing that pissed him off? It's because you want us to believe it's because it's an ex-girlfriend situation, right? Okay. Well, if it's an ex-girlfriend situation, then why would he need somebody to run the tags to know where he live at if he know this dude? I don't know. I think y'all telling on yourself a little bit.
And so it is a question as to the sequence of things here.
Is that it? Are you done? Yeah, all right, so you done. Good. So all right, so let me get through that clip. Let's go through this clip. I got one more clip, two more clips that I want to go through before I get to this funeral shit. So like I said, I'm a skim through as much of the funeral, the fluff as I can, and I want to get to, I want to just pay attention to detail. So I haven't seen the funeral yet. I didn't even see this clip right here. So like I said, we, emphasis on live today. You know what I'm saying? We doing live research. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes people really don't appreciate the caliber of what we're doing right here. We're doing a lot, in a setting where most people consider you have to be considered a professional to do what we do. You know what I'm saying? So you got to take a minute to kind of respect that. And it's like, to do what we're doing right now takes a lot of skill. It takes a lot of trial and error. You know what I mean? It's not easy. You can try it. If you try it, if you think otherwise. You know what I'm saying? But the broadcast a fucking TV show or whatever kind of show, by yourself, there's a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So I said that for no reason, but but all right. Let's get into what we want to talk about here. So I pulled up this clip earlier. I didn't read it, but I wanted to read this before I segue into the to the next clip. So, all right, the family. It says the Tyre Nichols family and friends remember him with songs of faith and heartfelt tributes Wednesday, blending a celebration of his life and outrage for calls for with outrage calls for police reform. And after a brutal beating endured at the hands of Memphis police, Nichols' mother, Vaughn Rowe Wells, fought back tears as she spoke lovingly of her son. So when I'm reading this, on the surface level, it's like, okay, yeah, they talking about this, right? But I'm a details guy. So I'm like, all right, well, if it's the Nichols family, then who in his family is named Nichols? Seemed like he the only person that's named Nichols in his family. Is his mom is her maiden name Nichols? And I'm not trying to attack, the structure of his family or anything. I know a lot of times people do be having like different last names and shit. Everybody's family is not the same. I do understand that, but I'm a details guy. So when I look at things, I just pay attention to detail. So that's kind of why I chose to do this video this way today. You know what I mean? Is that we looking at, instead of me looking at things before I present them, I'm gonna look at them right on the spot with on the stream, and you can see my reaction to things. You know what I'm saying? So this is like a reaction review. You know what I mean? So I'm just thinking, like, who is his mom's name's Nichols? What about his brother's name? Is his brother's last name Nichols? What's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm a details guy. I just, when I read this, I'm like, well, usually people in a family, they got the same last name. You know what I mean? I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking that?
Cheeseburger.
So this is brother right here,
My
right?
son, I know everybody say mother say they had a good son. Everybody's son is good. But my son, he actually was a good boy. My son
He
loves
was a
me
good boy.
to death.
Am I nitpicking? He was a good boy. How old was his son? How old was your son? He was smashing cops' wives, right? I don't know, man. Your mom, she always gonna look at you as your little boy, her little boy, or whatever. I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm just pointing out things. Like I said, I'm a details guy. So, details matter. You know what I mean?
And I know that was a bad word, but that's how he felt.
Yes, ma'am.
He had my name tattooed on his arm, and that made me proud, because most kids don't put their mom's name. But he did. On a Saturday, my son would wake up. He'd go to Shelby Farms because he liked to skateboard.
Skateboard.
That was his passion. He's been skating since he was 6 years old. That
Okay.
day when he left around 3 o'clock, going to Shelby Farms to watch the sunset and take pictures.
I want Tyre to be remembered.
Was he in his car or on his skateboard?
I want kids and other people to know ain't nothing wrong with being yourself. Tyre brought something out of me to make me feel like, hey, you don't have to do that. You don't have to follow a trend to be loved. You can be yourself. You can skateboard, you can ice hockey, you can do whatever that you want to do. And people will still love you.
All I know is my son was a great kid. He didn't deserve what he got. Now what he deserves is justice.
Jeff.
Father. Oh, that's his dad. Okay. So that's his dad. All right. So, and we rarely hear from like these dudes like fathers, which I'd be thinking is strange, but that was, I guess, I don't know if that was a press conference or what, but we getting to the point, you know what I mean? But I wanted to see, the clip that I had, I wanted to hear them say
of duty. Let's bring
his
in
brother's
CNN
name,
this morning.
but I'm gonna see if I got it in this
Down in
other
London,
clip.
along with CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson and the former president and CEO of the NAACP.
Because I think his brother,
William Brooks.
Rodney
Guys,
Wells
for joining us.
is his stepfather.
Don,
Okay.
I know you've just returned from Memphis.
And his brother's name is
more police and
something.
fire personnel, EMTs for that matter, have now been fired. What's your sense from local officials, and you spent days there? Will we continue to see those who were at the scene face consequences?
Shocking that this all happened, first of all. Not so surprising, quite honestly, that this is happening. They are doing exactly what they said that they were going to do, and I think every member of this panel will agree. The police chief told me in that interview on Friday morning that there could be more charges and more people involved. The district attorney said the same thing on Thursday afternoon. So it's not surprising that this is happening, but the speed with which this is happening, I think, is remarkable. It was five initial officers. They prioritized.
Now he said the speed at which this is happening. Okay, so the first line of charges were issued within 5 days, right? Like I said, the cops was fired and charged with murder before the video even came out, right? So now, all right, that shit happened on the 7th, right? The incident happened on the 7th. He died on the 10th, right? So 5 days from the 7th, or from the 10th rather, he was charged. They were charged for murder. So on the 15th, they charged for murder. So on the 20th, nobody's still charged. 25th, nobody else still charged. Now it's the first. Going into the second. You know what I mean? Well, it's already the second somewhere. Shout out to streaming globally. You know what I'm saying? But it's the second somewhere. But it's still no charges. But the only swiftness that we've seen as far as charges being handed out is on the black cops. Even with the fancy words that they say, these people have been relieved of duty, but being relieved of duty don't mean that you're not fired. That doesn't mean that you're fired. You know what I'm saying? Being relieved of duty just mean that, we don't need you to come into work today, right? See, it's technical bullshit, because then they say, oh, so-and-so got fired, but this person is the investigation is still pending. They've been relieved of duty. So they say relieved of duty, and you would receive it as, oh yeah, them people got fired. But being relieved of your duty is simply saying, hey, look, don't come into work today. That's like somebody being suspended with pay. You know what I'm saying? But a fancy way of saying that nowadays is saying, oh, you've been relieved of duty. You know what I mean? So, I don't think this shit is moving. It's only moving swift on black people. You know what I mean?
They realized they had to do something. And then as they go through the video, we saw the sheriff's deputy on Friday. His superior had just seen the video, and therefore he was under investigation. And then now you have the two officers. It was 6 earlier in the day. Now it is 7, the 5 initial officers, and the last 2 are relieved of duty pending an administrative hearing. They are not fired. So, yeah, will there be more? Probably. And I think, again, they're doing exactly what they said they're going to do, and there are more charges and more people will probably there will be a fallout for it then.
Yeah, Joey, let me get your thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wolf, I certainly believe that. Listen, accountability comes in many forms. And the reality is that each and every person who was there, who enabled, who assisted, who participated, who did nothing, everyone has a responsibility. The world is watching. Who are we? Who are they? As a unit and as police officials, it's about courtesy, professionalism, and respect. Was any of that shown to Mr. Nichols? Of course not. And so clearly, as the investigation continues, I think you'll see more fallout. And with that, Wolf, understand.
So, all right, that shit goes further than, the cops just beating somebody up. So if the cops beat somebody up, the EMTs didn't respond to this dude how they were supposed to. The fire department, they dropped the ball. I'm not quite sure exactly what they did. I guess we're gonna get to that in a minute. But if these things happen, that all these things resulted in this dude's death, then again, my question still remains: why do y'all only charge the cops first? You know what I'm saying? Because all right, y'all charge them with murder. You charge the cops with murder. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't die on the scene, right? We can even argue that he died from medical negligence. Just like we were saying about MLK. And and that's another a pattern, that we can tether to this. That we got a situation, or rather 2 situations that happened in Memphis, right, where a brother was assaulted, or attacked, or attempted to be neutralized, right? And the medical, there's allegations that the medical practitioners, or the doctors, or surgeons, or what have you, that these people were slow to react, and in one instance, in regards to MLK, there's allegations that they even finished the job, so to speak. But that's alleged. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
That there's many forms of legal accountability. One, of course, is criminal, and I think they should be examined. Everyone should be examined for either
this nigga Don Lemon look like he
failing to act.
That's
number one. Number 2, administrative. Did you do your job? Did you do it properly? Did you do it in accordance with policies, rules, regulations, procedures? If no, you shouldn't be there. You should not be privileged or entitled to have that job. And then, of course, there's a civil component. And civil component designed monetarily to punish. Family wants their son, not money, their son. But the law recognizes that, not only with respect to money, but with regard to the reforms
it was grinning kind of hard
as a result of a lawsuit. So without question, this is accountability that's very important to Memphis and throughout the country.
Yeah, Cornell, give me your thoughts too.
Absolutely. Here we have a situation where you have a bystander effect in blue. In other words, you have people with the duty and responsibility to act, who are charged with the responsibility of acting, but they choose not to act. So there's a kind of collective paralysis that makes bad worse. In other words, someone who's tased and beaten and pepper sprayed, who is essentially watched over by those with a duty of care. In other words, they're charged with the responsibility of looking out for this young man and failed to do so.
Right.
You know, Don, you spent days
That's
and
what I'm
days
saying.
here in Memphis. What is it
So,
going
all
to
right,
take to stop
that's what
this
I'm
kind
saying.
of death?
So if these people fail to do so, right, and that's their job, you know, just like the brother, Mr. Brooks was saying right there, that you know, well, he didn't quite, you know, address it the way I did. But if these people are, if their job is to look after somebody who's been fucked up, if it's not their prejudice to come up and say, oh, well, this person deserved it, or, you know, I don't like black people or anything like that. You know, we seeing people, you know, get in trouble for simply, you know, having racist, you know, registrations towards, you know, certain consumers. Like, so it's like, all right, I'm not gonna help this person because they black, and and then they deal with that shit immediately. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's like in retail stores. So if you got EMTs, now I'm not going to take the step to say, oh, they not helping him because he's black. I don't even know who the EMTs are. I don't even know if they're black. You know, but it's quite possible. You know, it's quite possible that they didn't want to help him because he was black. You know, it's quite possible they didn't want to help him because they thought he was a perp. You know, they thought he was a criminal. You know what I'm saying? That's possible. So I don't know. I don't know why the EMTs didn't help him. You know, and you know, we just speaking in the context of the story. You know, for the sake of the story and for the story to pop, the EMTs couldn't help him because then we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. You know, so the story has to have a climax. You know, it has to have. It's a story. You know, it's like, you know, when you watch something on Netflix, and it's like you kind of be like, damn, why that boy didn't do this, or why they did. Well, it wouldn't be a movie if that person didn't, if they made the smart decision in the beginning of the movie. They had to go open Pandora's box for it to be a movie. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, that's kind of like what we could be dealing with right here with this. It's like, you know, why these people didn't just help him like they're supposed to, you know? And if anything, it's like, all right, that's more strange and more bizarre, and I would be more to react towards that, because it's like, all right, sadly, you know, we're more we've normalized, you know, cops beating the shit out of people, you know, like I said, you know, in the previous two videos that I touched on this shit. But you know, that's like a normal thing, like, you know what I'm saying, like, sadly, you know, I didn't make it true, but it is true. You know, sadly, that's a normal thing that we normalize cops beating people up. But what we haven't normalized, you know, fortunately, we haven't normalized, or, you know, I even with this situation, I don't even know if I'm saying this right, but with the EMTs being slow to act, right? That's like that could be something that we completely unaware of. You know what I'm saying? That can be something that could be like really sinister and really bad, and something that can be going on for a long time, and could have affected a lot of people in a lot of harmful ways, and it could be completely being overlooked. You know, just like how, like, I think that's what's in that Mahafa 21, or I think it was in one of Tariq Nasheed video, Hidden Color Jones, where he talked about, you know, police using uh codes in reference to dead animals and responding to black people getting shot sometimes, allegedly, you know. So you know what I'm saying, if you have that kind of sinister protocol, you know, behind the doors, you know, with, you know, possibly with law enforcement, then would it be outside the realm of reality or possibility that, you know, and in the with the EMTs and the fire department, and, you know, that it could be some of that there too? There could be some racist apprehension to due diligence. You know what I'm saying? You based upon who they dealing with. Like, you know, of course we got the lawyers like Mr. Crump, my fault. Mr. Crump, you know, who says that, you know, this was done to him because of this color of his skin. So because he's a black man, he was beat up by the police. So is it outside the realm of reality that because he's a black man that the EMTs didn't help him? So why is there like slow reaction to prosecution in that? And what does that investigation entail? Like, you know, if people are saying that, yo, the EMTs didn't do nothing, if you got video footage of the EMTs not doing nothing, then what more do you need to investigate? You know, you got to ask them why they didn't do something. You know, did y'all have that kind of investigation when you took 5 days or less than a week to prosecute the black officers who beat them up? You know, was that to satisfy people? You know, these things need to be answered or addressed. You know what I'm saying?
Deadly incident from happening in the first place. What did you learn there?
Well, I think it's accountability, and not just accountability in the way that you think, and I would be interested to know what these two gentlemen think, but I think people there want to know, okay, so they were fired, right? And they'll face whatever legal consequences they will face. But I think many people believe that going into this, before these incidents happen, if police can be held personally responsible, meaning they can be sued, meaning there is a liability, meaning they will lose money, they could lose their homes. And that personal accountability doesn't often happen with police departments. You can sue the department, and then the taxpayer we end up paying for the lawsuits and the money. Perhaps if that changed and police were
I don't think you do.
personally responsible for paying
maybe people lower the totem pole, but I don't think Don Lemon pays for nothing.
That they would think about their actions in advance, knowing that their families also may face ramifications for this.
You know, Joey, as of right now, 5 police officers have been criminally charged. That is one hurdle, but the other piece of this are the actual convictions.
I think they charged 7, didn't they?
Criminal defense attorney. How difficult?
I mean, of course, this video is old, but I think they charged 7.
I think it's very well for the following reasons. When you examine a case like this, you have to examine what brought about the police conduct.
A lot of 7 symbolism here.
Police do not and should not be engaging in any force unless there's an immediate threat. Was there an immediate threat that anyone could say reasonably they saw on that video that Mr. Nichols posed at the time? Answer, no. The second question, Wolf, becomes the proportionality of their conduct. Look at the blows that were thrown. Look at the kick.
What was the point of having body cameras?
Pepper spraying. Look at the ass that was used.
If this is going to be the issue now,
proportionate to anything that Mr. Nichols was doing at the time? Did he deserve any of that? Look at the reasonability of.
They made it seem like having body cameras was like a solution to this shit.
Police, very briefly, each individual defendant will say, "Well, I only kicked him. I only punched him. I only did whatever I did." It's not only that, Wolf. You have to examine it in the context of what everyone else was doing. You didn't reasonably know that if you would engage in the conduct you engaged in keeping with what everyone else was doing, that he could die as a result of that? Really? So that puts a very high responsibility on the defense. Last point, and that is the inactivity that we all talked about. You're there to protect. You're there to serve. You're there.
Like when they talk about releasing the body camera footage,
do it.
If you got up to 7 officers that you got to prosecute,
it creates.
Then we have yet to see 7 angles of this footage.
Defense in this particular case.
Cornell, I know
you know what I'm saying. You've seen 2 angles at best.
Go ahead.
3 at best.
Sure. I think one of the things that's really important for us to appreciate here is for ordinary people, that is to say, people who are not lawyers, accountability means more than a conviction. Accountability means more than a monetary payment, meaning we're able to sue our law enforcement officers in the absence of qualified immunity. Accountability means that you can walk down the street and have your body and your being be intact. So in other words, for Tyre Nichols' mother, accountability means that her son would be alive. So we need to be very clear about this. Conviction is not resurrection. Her boy is not coming back.
Cornell, William Brooks, Don Lemon, Joey Jackson, guys, thank you very, very much. We'll stay on top of this story to be sure.
Well, let's move forward because I mean, my personal opinion, I'm tired of this bullshit. You know, to me, it's like whatever. You know, but let's keep moving. Let's all right. So we covered that shit already. Oh yeah, I gotta pull up this other video clip. Let me see it. Let me see this right here. All right. So I think, is this it? All right, yeah, no, okay, that's the wrong video. All right, so take that out the studio. Okay. So what else I can take? Take that out the studio too. And take that out the studio. I could take this out too. So all right, so I'm about to what is this here? Somebody gotta go. And, so I'm about to get into some of this funeral shit. I got one more clip that I want to go over. You know, but I want to address, you know, what I said about the family's names and shit, you know, because I think I do got the brother's name because it slipped my mind, but you know, I hate having splinters in my mind, you know, if that makes sense. So I know I got it somewhere. I gotta pull it up. So just give me a second. All right, so got this video clip. I think I played that one already. Yeah, I played. Didn't I play this already? So I got one. I got this one and another one, and then we're gonna start to get into this funeral.
He didn't have a negative bone in his body, like at all.
I think I played this. Yup.
Energetic, outgoing, funny, goofy. Always
goofy. He called him goofy. They don't even look like each other though. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me let me play that video clip. All right. That's his brother. Now who is this girl, right? I guess that's his girlfriend, right? I guess they both, you know, they down with, you know, with the swirl situation, but whatever. But I'm looking at him, and you know, let's get another shot of his brother. So all right, y'all got the image of him in y'all face. Nah, they don't even look like each other. They look like Michelle Obama kids.
He had my name tattooed on his arm.
They don't look like her either. Do that look like his mom? Do that really look like his mom? And all right, in the boy in the background, they said that's his dad, right? Do you see a combination of them two? All right, let's go back. Do you think, all right, maybe the dad, because that's the dad in the back right there. Maybe the dad looked like the brother. Does the dad look like the brother?
Goofy, always had a smile on his face. Like
yeah, kind of. They kind of do look like cheeseburger. Just a little bit, you know. They could be brothers.
I know everybody say they mothers.
All right, now that picture right there look like her son.
But my son, he actually was.
They look alike right there.
My son loved me.
You know what? All right, I got it. He looked like his mom, and the brother looked like his dad.
That's how he felt.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. You know.
He had my name tattooed on his arm.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But you know, like I said, I'm a details guy. So you know, I'm gonna be looking at these people like, man, they might not even be the fuck related. You know what I'm saying?
on a
They
Saturday.
might just be just
My
saying shit, you know. But all right, we're gonna get back into we're gonna get into that in a minute, but I gotta address this shit right here. So all right, let's go back. I gotta zoom in because my fingers got this thing with my fingers, you know. So all right, what does it say? A year just started and cops have already killed at least 7 unarmed people, right? So this was yesterday that they said this. It was the last day of January. So let's start to read some of this article real quick. All right, so here we are. So I can't see it right there. I'm gonna read it from here. So all right, all right, the year is brand new, and civilian killings by police officers continue unabated. In 2022, police killed at least 11. Stop playing with me. Police killed 1,192 people, like 911, right? Okay. The highest number ever recorded, according to the Mapping Police Violence Database. 100 of those people were unarmed black people. All right. 100 of those people were unarmed. Black people were 3 times likely than whites to be killed, although they were 1.3 times more likely to be unarmed. Okay. And nobody can really argue that. So let's continue reading. So this was in reference, you know, they bring up Tyre Nichols shit. You know, they said that 1,000 people have been shot by police, allegedly. And from that 1,000, 200 of those people were black. That's less than 50%. That's less than 25%. You know, so is it safe to say that, you know, cops is shooting at every fucking body? You know what I'm saying? Now, and it's like, damn, like when they do shoot other people, does that shit even make the news? Because it's like, all right, if they shot 1,000 people and 200 of them was black, then where the rest of the fucking stories at? Why is it that they all, like, you know, like I've been saying this plenty of times, why do they only handpick certain stories to talk about? So if these statistics are real, like they're saying, then how come we didn't hear about them? You know, was it not fascinating? Was these people not popular enough or something? Like, you know, where do these numbers come from? Without the stories. As much as we get gaslit by the news and all the other independent news and people on social media, right? Where's these stories at? 1,000 people. When? From last year or this year? This year? Because shit, we 30 days in. All right, we what? No, 32 days in, right? We 32 days in. Tomorrow will be the 33rd day of the year, right? Or we rolling into the 33rd day of the year in a couple minutes, or 1 minute. You know what I'm saying? So don't be surprised if these people be on some bullshit. But you know, let me get through this shit. So the first month of 2023 draws to a close. The nation is once again confronted with the tragic killing at the hands of the men who pledged to protect and to serve their community. On January 7th, 5 Memphis police officers severely beat 29. Remember I told you about the numerology, the two can be looked at as the 11, the 1 and the 1. You know what I'm saying? 911, the 29-year-old Tyre Nichols, during a traffic stop. What did he get stopped for? what did he do? You know, they keep saying during a traffic stop in Memphis, Tennessee, he died 3 days later of his injuries. So, all right, for the 3 days, right? All right, I'm confused now because the way that they keep telling us these stories is like, all right, he got beat the fuck up and like left for dead on the side of the road, right? So the EMTs got fired, right? The fire department, people in the fire department get fired. But this dude died 3 days later though. So what's next? People in the hospital gonna get fired? You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't take the EMTs 3 days to drive him to the hospital. It didn't take the EMTs 3 days to do that shit. So they passed him off to the hospital. He was still alive, right? You know, so if he died, because they saying, well, maybe if the EMTs on the scene, if they did their job, then maybe he would have lived, right? But if he died 3 days later, then I think, you know, we might be looking at the wrong medical personnel. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You know, because if he's in the hospital, if he made it to the hospital, they took him in and people proceeded to work on him and fix him up, right? Then how did he check in the hospital? And why y'all blaming, you know, other people if once the hospital gets somebody, is it not their responsibility to, you know, what are they like, you know, somebody can die on their watch and it's like, it's not their fault. It's the people who sent them here. Is it like that? I don't know. You know, but it's like they don't want us to look at it that way. They don't want us to ask those kind of questions, you know. So all right, these people been fired, charged with murder, right? Okay, it said Nichols repeatedly called out for his mom as officers beat him with batons. I want to review that video again. I didn't really see no batons, but kicked him so hard he almost fell over. When the footage released last Friday, protests sprang up in cities across the nation. Activists demanded police reform, right? After Nichols' death, President Biden called for better police practices, right? Saying in a statement to deliver real change, we must have accountability when law enforcement officers violate their oath. We need to build lasting trust between law enforcement and the communities they sworn to serve and protect. So, all right, for there to be real, this is like open-ended bullshit. So, if for there to be real change, officers have to be held accountable. So, at least how accountability has been used in the past year or so, right? Accountability is reactionary. At least how it's used now. You know what I'm saying? Because we only talk about accountability in the past tense nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So what that sounds like is like we will allow this to keep now, and mark my words with this. We will allow this to keep happening and we will just keep being reactionary to it. But that's the only way that we can fix it. You know, it's kind of like when people say, you know, let's tear down this racist statue right here because, you know, these people glorify racist people and it's not fair, right? And then you got other people that say, well, you should leave the statue up. So we know what type of time that these people was on. Y'all glorify people like this. All right. You know, I can use this as a teaching point to say, look, see, they got a statue for this dude right here. Now that y'all took down a statue, right? Or now that we got the cancel culture, right? Like they said, somebody said this before, right? They said that sends the people back in hiding, right? So the people we can't catch them because now we got the tar and feather, you know, mob, the lynch mob going around getting these people. So they go retreat into hiding, and they hide they racist bullshit. They hide they, negative, demons or skeletons in the closet and shit. So no, so they not the next one getting tarred and feathered, right? It doesn't change anything, right? It just means that these people now are gonna be scared to do it, right? So that's just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. But with this situation, it's like what that sounds like. What he's saying is we'll just continue to be reactionary. So when the cops beat the shit out of somebody or kill somebody or whatever, we'll have calls for reform. We'll pass another law. We'll have protests. They'll milk the situation to pass a law. Is that not what has been happening? So when you reflect on the past, umpteen years, right? At least 8 years, right? You can say this shit really start picking up in 2012. But to be arrogant and say that it only started in 2000, ignorant and say it only started in 2012 is like you just way off base. They just dug up somebody from the 90s. They was talking to about, this mother, her son getting shot. So, shit been going on for a minute, so but they really been Trump stepping this up in since 2012, obviously like Trayvon Martin and then on, you know what I'm saying? So it's like now it's in fifth gear, but it's being used more or less to just pass laws. It's like I can't pass a law unless I got the people up in arms about something. So it's like, people will be held accountable. That's the only way that we can have real change. See what I'm saying? So we'll wait for them to do something so we can hold them accountable, and then we'll pass a law, and that's real change. Because in this society, the only real change is to make a law. Because they don't treat things at the root cause. They just pass a law. They put a band-aid on top of something, So, that's the type of shit that's going on here. You know what I mean? So I want to get into some gematria real quick, and then we're gonna go into this video and we're gonna watch it live. I'm gonna skim through it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, we did this the other day, and just giving this some highlights of some gematria that we covered yesterday. You know what I mean? So I want to keep some of these numbers up on the screen. Matter of fact, let me go back to my notes because I want to look at some gematria that I got from his family members. You know what I'm saying? In a connection, if there's any connection with what we were seeing with some of the gematria that we laid out yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So all right, freeze it right here. Boom. So I knew I had this brother's name. His name is Jamal Dupree. If I was a betting man, I would almost be tempted to put my money down. He's related to Jermaine Dupree. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Tyre Nichols and Jermaine Dupree are brothers, apparently. Brothers of their mother, Vaughn Wells. Okay. Yeah, but this is this brother Jermaine Dupree. I mean, Jamal Dupree. So let's see if we have some connections here. So all right, let me cut my light on because I don't want to strain my eyes. All right, so where we at here? So all right, this was. Did I write that shit down from yesterday? I don't even think I did. Did I just did it off the top of my head? I thought I wrote it down. All right, so all right, Tyre Nichols right here. So all right, okay, so all right, this is it right here. All right, let's see if we got some connections here. So Jamal Dupree, right? Jamal Dupree. Do we got some connections with Jamal Dupree's name? Is that 40? Yeah, that's 40. 211. Skim back. I'm gonna skim back and see what's back there. Now, I don't, off of face value, I'm not really seeing any connections, you know, but that don't mean that they're not there. Sometimes you got to dig a little deeper. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times because shit being cold, you be looking at shit that you don't really know what it means. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like, it got to be some reference to that. Like now, I could say like just off of like a little base knowledge and shit. I see some 7 symbolism in there. You know what I'm saying? In regards to the gematria on his brother. So I think I'm starting to see some connections with his other family members though, and maybe maybe it's connected through that way. But let me see what we got here because I'm trying to compare my notes. We doing this research live. This is live research. So all right. 1983. Seeing 83. Is his brother's name 83? So all right, 38. Ronnie Wells is 38, right? What does this say right here? All right, so this is okay. Ben Crump. Now, all right, since that's up on the screen, I'm gonna address that, but I'm gonna go back to the wormhole or that I was in. So Ben Crump equals 420. You know what I'm saying? Now again, we dealing with the 42. So this is now the 33rd day of the year. Now we just into Black History Month. The month of the 42 and the 59. The stamp on Black people. So this dude who they got Ben Crump, up here speaking for Black people. Is it just a coincidence that his name equals 42 in gematria? Remember, I told you the zero is silent. You know what I'm saying? So let's double back. All right, who's that? Rodney Wells. All right, somebody getting that groove on. Jamal Dupree. So all right, 43. 4 and 3 is 7. I see the 19 symbolism in there. All right, so, yep. 91, the inverse of 19. Now I'm trying to overlay that with a lot of these other connections that I'm seeing in here with FedEx equals 19, Demetrius Haley, Officer Demetrius Demetrius Haley equals 19. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this shit is crazy. Preston Hill equals 91. All right, January 7th. All right, we're seeing some of these numbers up on the screen. And even then with yourself, you can go back and just kind of see, some other connections that I might be missing here. But how many times is a coincidence possible for it's mathematically impossible? 83, that number again is popping out. See a lot of 11 connections here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that real quick. But you draw like again, you should draw your own conclusion about that. But I just wanted to give some kind of base reference, to really get into gematria, to really look at what to have a better scope of what you're looking at. You got to really dig deep into the numbers, into the science, and the meaning of other words, the codes of other words, in reference to people's names and shit. But I just wanted to give some kind of base reference here. 56 and 83. In gematria equal personal issue. So 65, 83, 38. That's being replicated a lot. 33 is here. 11 is there. 19 is there. 119. Even just popped out right there. 117. And Tyre Nichols, his name equals 711. Yeah, 711. Yeah. Let's go back. Let me go back. I went back too a bit too far. All right. So let me get Tyre up on the screen. There it is. All right. So that's all right. Because I want to be thorough. Wait a minute. Hold on. So we're almost done with this. Hold on. Tyre Nichols. All right, right here. Boom. So all right. Tyre Nichols does not equal 117. That was in reference to my man DeMar Hamlin that equals 117. Okay. So yeah, we had to make that correction. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be thorough. So you see, these same numbers being replicated, not all of these numbers, but some of these numbers being replicated throughout, this person's family tree. You know what I'm saying? So what is this saying? A seventh Memphis police officer is now off the force as the new details emerge from the deadly police beating of Tyre Nichols. All right, now let me go back. Let me make sure that I spelled it right. Yeah. CNN legal analyst, criminal defense, blah 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 blah. So they just tagged they cohorts in there. All right, so we done with all that. And to get a better scope, what I'm talking about right here. If you didn't see the other video, I know on Rumble, I think like half the video got cut. Check it out. I think it's on Twitter, or check my Twitter or my Instagram. It's definitely on Instagram and YouTube. I think it's on YouTube. Yeah, on my YouTube page. So all right. So I'm gonna get into some of this funeral now, and we're gonna ride out with this shit right here. I don't know how long this funeral is. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I want to just watch it to kind of skim over it, quality control, paying attention to detail. And I want to, because I'm kind of thinking that I think I might know something that might be going on here, but I haven't seen it. I didn't even know the funeral was today, honestly. So that's why I was kind of late touching on this, because I was working and I heard the shit on the news. I'm like, damn, they had the funeral today. All right, yeah, let me look that. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just make a stream and just do it on the live on the spot. You know what I mean? Because I was going to look through it first and then come back and be like, all right, look, this is what I found watching this. But I'm gonna just do it live. Fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like my man, Inside Edition white boy. You know what I mean? So all right, let's get the shit up here on the screen. I know I was already about to say I know I gotta turn this shit down. No, I gotta turn it down because it's a damn funeral. So they're gonna be having like singing and shit. That's why I don't want to watch all of that. So all right, is this the casket right here? Hold up, I think I ain't even had to go that far into it. Let's see this right here. So all right, Let's go back. Let me go back. Let's go back. Because I think what I already suspected is right there in front of me. So let's see here. Let me get myself in there. Right? I gotta get myself in there. Because then it'd be then I make it something else. You know, you gotta make it something else. So okay. So let's see what we're looking at here. So this is footage from the funeral, right? So I'm gonna tap in and out with the audio right now. I believe it's just people singing, and they got yeah. You can tell this is like a stuff. Who put all of this together? Let me see what is going on here. Is this like African? Is that like African drum? Yeah. I wonder how cultural. I ain't even trying to say that's a bad thing. I just wonder how cultural these people are. Is that the casket right there? If that's the casket already, I'm concerned. Right. So, all right. Wait a minute. Can we pause it real quick? Okay, so that's the casket right there, right? Why is it closed? So, all right, I don't know how early into this funeral this is. I don't know where it is, so I can't even say, all right, like I don't know if this is the beginning, middle, whatever. But all right, we know he got beat up, right? We know he got tased, right? He was swole up and shit like that, right? And we see what looks to be like some type of mega church and what looks to be like a lot of money that went into this whole production right here. So that it's the same thing. Like I don't know this yet. We looking at this live and I'm looking at this for my first time. But I don't know if it's a closed casket the whole time, but I do remember in regards to the George Floyd shit that's one thing that I was concerned about. I could say, to say the least. I was concerned with the fact that the casket was closed the whole time, and it was a gold casket at that. So I'm like, damn, like this is a star-studded event, a lot of money involved in the whole production, right? My fault, production. Gotta get my Chris Farley air quotes. So my Matt Foley air quotes, my fault. So the production, like I was saying, and it was a gold casket. So I'm like, well, if y'all got all this money to do this, then why the brother couldn't have a good mortician? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was like Emmett Till or nothing. Like, he wasn't severely disfigured. He got suffocated, basically. So why didn't he have an open casket? So that just kind of made me start to wonder, what I wonder what was in that casket. Don't know, because it was never open. So in regards to this right here, the casket, why is it not open? What's inside the casket? One can assume what's inside the casket, and before I'm attacked for even asking that question, right? No disrespect to anybody who has passed, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just asking the question is that, usually in funerals, people have the casket open. And I get, some people do prefer a casket closed, but it's not everybody. It's more traditional, in my opinion, I would say, for most people to have the casket open. Every funeral that I've been to that had a body, Even like, they had a body, you have a viewing, where the casket is open. So maybe after the viewing, the casket is closed. I don't know. Maybe that's how this is going here. So I'm not quite sure how far along we are in this proceeding. This could be after the viewing, maybe there was no viewing. You know what I'm saying? I remember I went to Prodigy funeral and there was nobody. You know what I'm saying? There were people there, but there was nobody. Shout out to EBOG. You know what I'm saying? But let me play some more of this because I don't know where we are. I don't know where we are here with this. You know what I'm saying? I don't need that light no more. I'm assuming that this is the beginning. It looks kind of like the beginning. I guess this would be like after the viewing when the proceeding starts, when the ceremony starts. I mean, they said my man was a skateboarder. Shout out to Rick. You know what I mean? I know niggas is tapped out, sleep or what have you. You know what I mean? Ain't even that late, but whatever. I might play the video game. I ain't played a video game in years. I think I might try to. So apparently, it sounds like there's a gospel theme going, and it's like the mantra is justice for Tyre. It's just like I was saying the other day. If the cops are arrested, I guess, and, I could say this as a follow up to that. Not even as a reiteration, but as a follow up to that. Justice for Tyre. Just like how I explained earlier, would look like, other people being prosecuted, not just police officers. You know what I'm saying? So, like I was saying in reference to what I was saying the other day, I'm like, well, what do these people want if the people got arrested? And that was really my first looking into this story, because it was just like the most of us, it was issued to us that the cops beat the shit out of this dude and he died because they fucked him up. But then it's like, all right, is the story unravel and ooze out? There's other people involved. So then it's like, all right, locking the cops up was almost like a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got EMTs, firefighters, other officers involved, and these people are like under investigation, then yeah, there hasn't been justice yet in the context of the story. There hasn't been justice yet. You know what I mean? Locking the police up, locking the black cops up was a window dressing, right? And these cops was out on bail, So it's not like, it's not like they in jail right now. They all bailed out. All of the black cops that got locked up, they bailed out. I don't want to hear this gospel shit. No disrespect to the gospel shit, but I don't want to hear it. I'm gonna turn it down. I'm gonna turn it down as much as I can, because I want to try to catch. I want to catch things. Maybe I might hear some audio or something, or I wonder what church this is. you know, like people be like real devoted to their churches and they be paying dues to church. So it's like it's almost like a big thing to have your funeral at like your family church, you know, especially if like all your family members have been like, you know, at their funerals at the same church, you know. Um, you know, that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? So this is the Mississippi Boulevard Celebration Choir. So yeah, this is like a big like put together event. You know what I'm saying? And of course it's like, all right, you know, for face value, you know, this is like, you know, black people coming together to rally around somebody who's lost a loved one. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, it's quite possibly being used as a political stunt here. You know what I mean? Especially when they chanting justice for Tyre, you know, at the funeral, you know. But hey, I'm not one to tell people what they should do or shouldn't do at a funeral. You know what I mean? I know some people do strange things at a funeral. You know, I know, like, you know, especially you got those certain individuals that will come up to funerals and take pictures of dead bodies, you know, and because so and so couldn't make it to the funeral, but they wanted to see what so and so looked like in the casket. You know, that does happen. You know, as strange as that sounds, you know, but hey, whew, shit. Everybody has their way of mourning, you know, or you know, dealing with, you know, those type of situations. You know what I mean? But I gotta take it. I gotta run. I gotta hit the head real quick. So I'm gonna be listening, and I'm gonna see what's going on with this shit. But you know, let me answer calls real quick. And so yeah, I might have to skim through some of this. They seem like they got a point to prove with you know, they got to get people to come to their church. You know what I mean? Who is that? Oh, I thought that was a white girl right there. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that, you know, white girl can't be a part of a black choir for a black church, right? I was gonna say a Baptist church. I don't know if they Baptist or not, but most people are black Baptists. You know what I'm saying? Who was the other guy? Is that two people? Hold on. All right, so I went back too far a little bit. Let me who is that? Like right here. Who was that picture? It looked like it was two pictures, but it's looking like that. This is almost like the same thing. Like, you know, even like I said, when we went to the Prodigy funeral, there was nobody there. You know, it was pictures, but there wasn't even a casket there. You know what I mean? And I remember Foxy Brown was there, and she kind of like freaked out. You know what I'm saying? Like because like we all had to walk around the bend, and they were saying, you know, no cameras, put your cameras away, you know, respect for the family and all of that kind of shit. And when we get around in the bend, like, you know, you start seeing pictures of Prodigy, you know, pictures of his accomplishments and shit like that. And then when you get around to where they said the viewing is, there was just a shrine and flowers so it wasn't like no body and shit. And remember Foxy Brown and well, it was Foxy Brown. I don't know who else she was with, but she was with somebody, some group of people, her handlers or whatever. And when she saw that there was nobody there, she started getting hysterical, you know. And you know, her handlers had to like take her away and was like, she won't be having any more questions, you know. But you know, these things are concerning to say the least. It's like, all right, well, these all right, these dudes weren't horrifically disfigured, right? So why they don't? Is it like, all right, or maybe, you know, I'm trying to play devil's advocate. All right, well, maybe like on TV, maybe on TV you're not allowed to put a dead body on TV. So who is this other guy? Who is that? Oh, that's his dad. Okay, all right. That's his, all right. So I see the picture there. So the picture is that's kind of strange. You know, what the fuck? Yeah, that was kind of strange. I want to try to go back a little bit. You know, I'm gonna just go back a little bit, but I'm gonna move ahead because I don't want to stay stuck on this first part because it seemed like this is a pretty lengthy ceremony here. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how long it is, but it seemed like it's from what it looked like on my board. It looked like it's pretty long, so I'm gonna start to move forward through this. But I just wanted to look at that picture, you know, whatever that is right there. You know, one more time. You know, because I kind of felt like I saw something that was strange right there. Come on. I think that is. No, she ain't white. She just look white from right there. She got the fine hair going and all that. All right. All right. So is that Martin Luther King? That is Martin Luther King. Right. So okay. So all right. You know, this is in Memphis, right? And I'm assuming somebody drew this picture right here. You know, is that I'm guessing that's Tyre Nichols twice. Martin Luther King, his mom, a picture of his dad, two pictures of his dad, and what did I do? Tyre Nichols. What did he say? They do something. I can't even read that. It's too small for me to read that. I might have to screenshot that and blow it up. But that's a strange picture to have next to somebody's casket. Don't you think? Like usually, like if you know, in a situation like this, when you have a closed casket, it's usually just a solo picture of that person. You know what I mean? Whether it's a drawing or art or actual picture or whatever, but I just think it's kind of strange to have a picture like this next to a dead body. You know what I'm saying? You know, if somebody wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, they might even think this was like a funeral for like multiple people. You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's like you could have just made a picture of him. Like, why is a picture Him, Martin Luther King. I'm assuming that's him again. His dad and his mom. Why was somebody? I don't know. Let me keep going. Cause if they still singing, then we can move on. They drawn. What church is this? It's like a mega church, yo. They still singing. Okay, here we go.
Senior pastor of Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. On behalf of myself, my wife, Bridget, and the body of believers who make up this congregation, we welcome all of you who join us in this space and those viewing to this service, this moment. We are a church that's seeking to be a movement of wholeness in a fragmented world. And on this day, February 1st, the first day of Black History Month.
Oh my God, is he doing what I think he's doing?
We have come by varying modes of transportation and through treacherous weather and road conditions. We have come with heavy hearts that can only be healed by the grace of God, full transparency, accountability, and comprehensive legislative reform.
What?
Have come over
Hold the fuck up. Hold up. What am I looking at here?
We have come treading.
What is this? What is this? Is this a political stunt? Did I just hear this dude just like all right, like I thought this was like a funeral. At first it sounded like almost like a low key promo for his church, and then it's sounding like some type of political bid. Is this dude running for president or something? Is he running for some type of political office? I wouldn't be surprised if he does in his future and uses this as a talking point. I spoke at Tyre Nichols' funeral. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised. But this shit is sounding politically charged already. You know what I'm saying?
Our path through the blood of the slaughtered. We have come into this place locked in solidarity across the nation and world to celebrate the life of Tyre Nichols.
The blood of the slaughtered. This is crazy. See that red and blue symbolism? They like that picture.
A father, a brother, a friend, a human being, gone too soon, denied his rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, denied the dignity of his humanity, denied the right to see the sun set another day, to embrace his mother, hang out with his friends, hold his child, and the right to grow old. We have come to be of comfort and support to this family.
Yo, this
family has endured
sounds like bullshit. Like, all right, like why do people let people who speak at their funerals, like, let me pause this real quick. Let me go back. I done fucked the time up. Sorry, let me go back over here. So why do people let people who don't know their loved ones speak for their loved ones at a funeral? It is like, all right, these people is like, they can't even attempt to try to talk about the person, like to say like how this person is a good person. You know, they gotta literally get that info from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, in a situation like this, you got people that's like, they not here for that. Like, you know, I remember like, you know, I was at one of my friends' funeral, and I literally had to take the mic from the guy. Like, listen, we ain't come here for that. You trying to sell people to try to get somebody to come to your church. You know, we here to you know, to bury our friend. You know, so it's only right that somebody who knows this person speak for this person. You know what I'm saying? So when you got shit like this, where you got people who's turning this shit into some political, religious infomercial, right? It's not even fair to the people who just trying to mourn and lay their loved one to rest. It's not even fair, you know, for the context of the story. But, you know, even outside of this, this happens a lot of times. You know, when you're going into the church, the funeral parlor or the church, you know, they trying to get congregation members, and they, after they get you all worked up, and they say, this is the time right now. If you want to join the church, stand up right now, or somebody come and get your information. It's a goddamn hustle. I'm not saying that this motherfucker's hustling, right? Or I'm not saying this motherfucker's hustling, right? I'm I'm saying that that's a motherfucker hustle, you know. But if it don't apply, let it fly. And if the shoe fits, shut the fuck up and wear it off. Walk it off. D block. You know what I mean?
Have come to be of comfort and support to this family. This family has endured the unsolicited, unwarranted, unreasonable, unjustifiable, and massive burden of grieving their loved one, and at the same time fighting for justice. As Memphis demands justice, and as our nation awaits justice, family,
This don't sound like no damn funeral.
that God will continue to give you strength, because
What happened? On my fault.
transportation and through treacherous weather and road conditions, we have
He's still talking
come
shit.
with heavy hearts that can only be healed by the grace of God.
All right, okay. So this is back a little bit. How long is he gonna do this?
Accountability.
Accountability.
Comprehensive legislative reform.
What comprehensive legislative? I'm glad I rewind to that. Comprehensive legislative reform. Who says that at a funeral? What kind of pastor says that?
Come treading our path through the blood
Gee,
of
this ain't no real pastor.
slaughtered. We have come into this place locked.
You know, them pastors, they be down with FEMA and, you know, all that kind of shit. So they do be down with them people. So he might be one of them.
Nichols, a good person, a beautiful soul, a son, a father, a brother, a friend, a human being.
I know one thing. Nobody else better say this tonight. Well, to whatever. You know what I'm saying? If this dude said this already, nobody else should say this.
dignity of his humanity.
It shouldn't be nobody else echoing this brother's statement right here.
Sun set another day.
I know that much. I kind of feel like that it's going to somebody is going to do that. I don't know. I haven't seen this before, but I just got that feeling that because it's like if you got people that try to make these talking points like this and perform and shit, I feel like that somebody is going to follow the same act. I wouldn't be surprised.
Has endured the unsolicited, unwarranted, unreasonable, unjustifiable, and massive burden of grieving their loved one, and at the same time fighting for justice. As Memphis demands justice, and as our nation awaits justice. Family,
This is politically charged,
we're
man.
praying for you.
Mm-hmm.
That God will continue to give you strength, because your strength has held us steady and helped us to constructively channel our outrage and turn our...
I just wanted to take a minute to look at that shirt right there. That's all. Well, and this is I've never seen this before. I'm doing live research right now. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole little dissertation has been like live research today. You know what I'm saying? So I've been looking at shit that I didn't look over before, and I've been kind of doing this on the spot. So, I just want to take a minute to look at what the fuck is that on his brother's shirt right here. I don't want to say nothing, especially not about somebody that's allegedly passed away. I don't want to say nothing negative or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to say something that concerns me. So, I wanted to give that disclaimer before I say this. Like how can I say this? He doesn't look all there. Don't throw your tomatoes at me yet. You know what I'm saying? But maybe he's just being, they said he was goofy. His brother said he was goofy. So maybe he's just a jokester and he likes to like take funny pictures and shit. But like again, like I said, I don't want to say nothing like bad or like like I'm making fun of him or something. But I'm gonna just say like if somebody told me like, yo, this is my brother, like he autistic, you know what I'm saying, like whatever, like I would be inclined to believe that. Like I would, like if this was the only picture that I seen in this dude, they could easily take this picture like this right here, like the news media, they could take a picture like this and be like, this psycho guy, did X, Y, and Z, he was off his meds or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, so and that might be kind of interesting to look into. Like, we want to see maybe if this dude was on anything like that. Maybe was he getting high? Was he on prescription meds? And I'm only saying that from investigative concern. I'm not trying to like real rap. I'm not trying to make fun of nobody, especially if they dead or could be dead or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to like bust on him or whatever. But I do think that this situation is a little off. You know what I'm saying? This funeral seems like it's like it's politically motivated. It just seems a little off. I don't know.
Anger into action. But my brothers and sisters, we've come this far by faith. For far too long, we have lingered in the gloomy past of black men and black women who are being made strange fruit. But our faith affirms that the resurrection is greater than death.
Strange
It
fruit.
gives us the promise that our weeping endures only for a night, but joy comes in the morning. It gives us confidence that there is a balm in Gilead to heal the soul of a nation plagued by injustice, hatred, and violence. Our faith gives us the confidence that as we stand, if God be for us, who can be against us? So today, as we celebrate Tyre's life and comfort this family, we serve notice to this nation that the rerun of this episode that makes Black Lives hashtags has been canceled and will not be renewed for another season. We have come.
Bad piece of timing, man. Bad piece of timing, man. I think that that was a wrong choice of words that he used right there. Not to nitpick over the thing, but episode, a repeat. You know what I'm saying? I was saying, like, there's a lot of things that seem to be a developing pattern here. Even like with the closed casket situation. So it's like, going into this, if we get through this and we don't see, this brother in the casket, then I will go into question mode. And my question would be to these people and whoever else, you watching this, did you see this brother in the casket? You know what I'm saying? And if not, if he was never shown in the casket, why? Why was he not shown? I mean, don't give me because he was beat up, right? Morticians, that's what they get paid to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? They can make somebody look good. They can make, make it better, if you get what I'm saying. So I'm not inclined to believe that both George Floyd and his brother right here were like too disfigured or or whatever to have at least a open casket viewing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
And we shall overcome. Is anybody in here today know that we're going to overcome in this struggle for justice for our brother Tyre Nichols? We want to continue in this celebration, recognizing the delay in time. Periodically throughout the service, you'll see a QR code on the screen that will give you a copy of the funeral program so that you can follow along. We will follow the program as printed, with one exception, because Dr. Mercer could not make it on today. Reverend Dr. Keith Norman will read both Old and New Testament scriptures. The prayer of comfort will come from Reverend Dr. Rosalind Nichols. And then the musical selection will come from Tiffany Rachel and the Celebration Choir.
Yo, these dudes is working, man. They working. They just hustling. This shit crazy as shit. Like like this shit ain't nothing but a damn hustle. You know, everybody in line and trying to come up and promote they shit.
I said, welcome to Memphis, Tennessee.
Who is this talking here?
I said, welcome, man, to Memphis, Tennessee, where we praise the Lord. And the true believers in the house of God on today will bless the Lord with me, magnify his holy name. We dare not let the enemy have a victory. So come on, let's give the Lord a great hand of praise in this house on today. No, I'm talking about the Memphis
Dude's
folk
pressed.
who love to give God praise. Let's show the world how we do it. Because we set the record straight. That even in the face of adversity,
This shit like a concert, man.
we will bless the Lord. Lamentations 3. Through the Lord's mercies, we are not consumed, because his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is our portion, says our soul. Therefore, we hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul that seeks him. It is good that one should hope
Biblical
and
cap.
wait in the Lord, for the salvation of the Lord is nigh. It is good for a man to put his trust in him. There is yet hope. Amen. New
Yo,
Testament
this is crazy.
reading Revelation 21. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the old heaven and the old earth had been marred by the hands of man. The sea was also gone, and I saw a holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven.
Yo, what the hell this got to do with anything? I mean, no disrespect to you know what people believe, but
saying, look,
what is he getting at?
God's home is now among his people. He will live with them,
God.
and
Lord have
they
mercy.
will be his people. God himself will be with them. He will wipe every tear from their eyes, and there will be no more death, nor sorrow, no crying, nor pain.
And when this supposed to happen?
These things are gone forever. And the one sitting on the throne said, look, I am.
Come on, man. I'm about to fast forward this fucking shit, dog.
And then he said
Oh,
to
just
me,
get to the fucking point of what you're talking about.
down. For what I tell you is trustworthy and true. The word of God for the people of God. Thanks be unto God.
Man, these dudes is hustling, man. They just trying to perform, you know what I'm saying, and get people to come to their church and shit, and get new members and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Shit crazy, bro.
I offer this prayer of comfort because of my
Who the
shared
hell is this?
humanity with and for this family and for the
They ain't said
family
nothing
of
about. They ain't said nothing about him yet.
love gone too soon. Mr. and Mrs. Wells
Y'all
is
get him
your
on there.
son. Now he is our son.
What?
And he is always
Who is this? Who is this talking?
son. Let us pray. Like a comet blazing across the
I thought she said pray.
evening
She
sky,
started singing.
gone too soon.
Listen, I'm not fucked up.
Like
I,
a
I know I heard her
rainbow
say, "Let us pray." Then she just started singing. So is the prayer
in the
the song?
twinkling of an eye.
What?
Gone too soon. Creator and lover of our souls, we acknowledge that we
Y'all
long
scaring
to
me with this.
not be here in this
Why is his
moment of
casket
his life
closed though? Like, did I
for
miss the
this
viewing?
reason.
You know,
And
is
yet
he
in times like
disfigured or something?
these, too many times like these, Lord, we also know that we must come together to offer this family comfort through the gift of our collective presence. May our presence, Lord, remind them and the world that we see them and will not unsee them, that we hear their pain and will not grow deaf to their pain, that we hold sacred space for sorrow and for rage, for persistence and righteousness.
I'm thinking about something here. All right, they got a lot of pictures of him with skateboards, right? But he got pulled over in a traffic stop, and it's like, and that kept festering in my brain. I'm like, all right, shout out to my homie Rick. Like, this nigga, like, always skateboard. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was skateboard like from his truck to the car or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Down the walkway. Any chance he get. So it's like, one thing I notice about like skateboarders is that they don't be driving like that. They be like super skateboarding like everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So, for this dude, it's not likely that, skateboarders be driving cars, on a day-to-day basis like that, let alone getting in traffic stops. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I would never say anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, from a detective mindset, it's like, all right, if I'm a detective and somebody said to me, yo, some dude got, fucked up in a traffic stop, right? Skateboarders would be some of the last people that I would look at, because it's like, skateboarders, they, you know, um, for the most part, they travel on skateboard. You know what I'm saying? And like when I first saw this video clip, I was like, it's kind of strange that him and the cop just ironically had the same car. And I would just say, in my personal opinion, skateboarders, I guess would this be a reach? I don't know if they drive Dodge Chargers. You know, I think like if a skateboarder has a car, it's just a car, like, you know, for the most part. Like they, but you know, I could be wrong. You know, just trying to be fair. You know, but you know, paying attention to detail. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying, like most skateboarders that I know, like they be on that board, like they don't really be driving like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's not that they can't. It's like they don't really want to. You know, they like skateboard.
away this day, at this hour. We hold sacred space, Lord, for peace that pursues divine justice, and we will not let it go until it comes. Like a castle built
She is
upon a
doing a whole musical.
sandy gone
But this shit is definitely politically charged, though. Like you see, they jumping in and out of
like a
like
perfect
politics. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. Like we, you know, if you ever been in church before, sometimes it can become, you know, a political dissertation, or at least, you know, somebody challenging the status quo of the day. That is
presence of the
possible.
sacred
But being
covenant
as
and
though that
promise
this
we
shit
make
is like headed by like
to this
this is it's a lot of, I would say, democratic energy here. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I don't, you know, play the whole politics game. You know, there's two wings of the same bird, you know. But you know, I know liberal shit when I see it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, all right, you know, these people is like they want to push gun control, they want to push, you know, this George Floyd bill and shit. And you know, these just like, you know, with that statement that we read earlier about what Joe Biden said, like, you know, for there to be change, it has to be people held accountable. You know, and the only way that that can make sense is that you just wait for people to do shit so you can hold them accountable, and that's supposed to change things. I don't know. You know, these people was they fast and loose with what the fuck they be saying, yo. They be talking caca. You know what I mean?
family, Lord, that we will continue to pray and move our feet, continue to protest and not do politics as usual, to speak truth
Protest. Oh,
to
what?
power and not compromise.
What is this lady talking about? She's just like, again, see, again, the underlying bullshit. You know, all of these people, I noticed one thing, that's another pattern that I'm noticing with this. All of these people encourage people to protest. Go out and protest. And then but they give you like certain context or constructs rather to protest within. Like peaceful protest, right? You know, if you support me, then you will peacefully protest. If you hear from me, then you know, but it's like protest but peacefully protest. Please protest but peacefully protest. You know, these are the things that they're saying to you all along the way. So it's like, you know, somebody's being gaslit to go out and protest. You know, why? You know what I mean?
For incremental change. Lord God, bless us. We will not rest until this family can rest, knowing that Tyre's life is honored by our unraveling, unwavering, unrelenting commitment to dismantling systems and cultures and institutions that destroy rather than protect. We will, Lord God, continue until transformational restorative change is not in the future, but in our here and now. Born to amuse, to inspire, to delight.
She's a character right here, yo.
Here one day,
She's jumping and hit you with some religious and political jargon, and then go right into song and shit.
We hold his smile before us as we work to see
Back to
his
talking.
smile and his gifts manifesting and flourishing in the lives of black and brown boys, their siblings who hold them, and the parents who love them.
Black and brown boys.
We hold his passion before us as we work to see his love for sunsets and photography and skating manifesting and
Man,
flourishing.
come on, man. All y'all keep saying the same shit. Like, that's why I was like, that's what I said. Like, y'all got people speaking for these people. Hold on, did I go too far ahead? Let me go back. Y'all got people speaking for these people that don't even know these motherfuckers. And the only thing that they can say is they all say the same thing. He loved skateboarding and sunsets. You know, it's like, come on, man. Like, all right, where's this dude's friends at? Right? Did he have friends that like people like, yo, I want to speak at my man's funeral, you know? And again, like, I never seen this shit before. I haven't seen this shit before, so I can't speak as to what's actually here. You know what I mean? I'm only going through this as long. I kind of missed my time mark. I'm trying to go back. All right, yeah, he did this already.
We will not let it go until it comes.
All right, I think here we are right here. I'm gonna just let it rock from right here. Yeah, we on point. Yeah, cause she jumping back and forth from singing and shit. Who the hell is this lady? Is she she's a pastor, right?
That is just beyond your reach.
Why they keep? Well, I wish they would have got a better picture for my man right here, yo.
Gone too soon. Therefore, the
Should have got a
comfort we
better
offer by
pastor.
our presence is the sacred covenant and promise we make to this family, Lord, that we will continue to pray and move our feet, continue to protest and not do politics as usual, to speak truth to power and not compromise for incremental change. Lord God, bless us. We will not rest until this family can rest, knowing that Tyre's life is honored by our unraveling, unwavering, unrelenting commitment to dismantling systems and cultures and institutions that destroy
Dismantling systems and cultures.
We will, Lord God, continue until
What kind of pastor
transformational
is this?
restorative change is not in the future.
Transformational restorative change.
And now, born to amuse.
I feel like these people had a meeting before this funeral and say, okay, we're gonna say these things in this way. All right, we know, like, we know that, you know, when you go to a funeral home in the church, they try to get you to go to the church, but this is something extra.
Smile and his gifts manifesting and flourishing in the lives of black and brown boys, their siblings who hold them, and the parents who love them. We hold his passion before us as we work to see his love for sunsets and photography and skating manifesting and flourishing in the long-lived lives of black and brown men.
Black and brown men. What
Power and provision of the ancestors and the spirit to join and intercede for us.
That should just sound like fucking
this path, knowing their comfort
liberal talking points, man.
will only
I sound conservative saying that, but you know, I really don't fuck with that shit. But you know, that shit just sounds fake.
Therefore, we ask your blessing upon this family and the work of our hands and our hearts for their behalf. Loving Creator, I stand in the shadow of the cross, knowing that you have revealed yourself to us in many ways, by the star and the crescent moon, the Star of David, and in the collective hearts and goodwill of all humankind. Ordain us and send us out as instruments of your peace, so that we live into a world that will protect those who come after Tyre. Like a sunset dying with the
Yo,
rising
this
of
lady is crazy.
the moon.
She crazy, yo. You ain't gonna tell me she ain't crazy.
Gone too soon. Ashe, Amin, and Amen.
Does she practice this? Is that an applause? Man, they treating this shit like motherfucking karaoke night, a fucking poetry session and shit. You know what I mean? Is this another song? This is a goddamn performance. This ain't nothing but a. Stop playing with me. I'm listening. I'm about to fast forward some of this. You can't be. What was that? Like, what did we? What am I watching here? I thought this was a funeral. How many songs y'all gonna do? Like, but I mean, outside of this thing,
Good morning
that's why I don't fuck with funerals anyway, because it's like somebody is
or
like
good
you.
afternoon.
I feel like
My name
somebody
is
is
Tiffany
gaslighting me when I
Rochelle.
come in there.
I'm from Houston, Texas. I am the mother of Jalen Randall that was also killed by an
What?
officer, Shane Purvett, by HPD.
Why are you speaking at
April the
somebody?
27th, 2022. And my condolences go out to this mother. I'm here.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know what people do at funerals. I don't even.
To offer my condolences to you. I pray that God bless you. I pray that God heal your broken heart.
Are you supposed to tell people that
We
you
are
pray for
fighting
them,
together, and all the
or
mothers
you
all
just
over
pray for them?
the world need to come together.
I'm trying to figure out why is
Need to
she
come together
speaking
and
at
stop
somebody else's funeral.
all of this.
I get like
I like to
you like
dedicate
she
this
lost. I guess I'm assuming.
song to you.
Yeah, she about to do a song. Okay, so all right, I guess that makes sense, right? She just doing a song because I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, well, is this like a panel discussion or something? Like, when people have this is I've never seen a funeral like this. You know, I got. I mean, but then again, I gotta say, like, I've been to a couple funerals, but after a while, I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of funerals. You know, I just recently just went to a funeral actually. Shout out to my man, Buns. Shout out to Linda Carter, Ashe. You know, somebody, somebody pouring water over there, but that's crazy. But you know, I went to a funeral, and I ain't been. Other than that, I hadn't been to a funeral in probably like a couple years, especially with the Blovid shit. You know, it was like a lot of too many funerals. So, but I I'm not 100% familiar with all of that stuff at the funeral, but I do know that from the funerals that I have been at, I've never seen this much. How can I say performance? You know what I'm saying? This much I haven't seen as much performance. Lighter. Light my sage up. I'm feeling gaslit. You know what I'm saying? Like the sage up. I feel like somebody trying to gaslight me.
Lord, I will live.
She came right in and fucked that shit up.
My eyes to the my
Yo, y'all know y'all ain't got no business letting that woman sing. Who?
Activism.
Hold up. Let me go back. I know this dude said some nut ass shit. Let me. Why am I not surprised that he? Hold up, man. Why am I not surprised that he's there? Why am I not? And so I guess with the because I was thinking that all right, you know, because I'm looking at these different things developing a pattern, right? So I thought that like he was gonna be like heading the thing, like you know, but they had some other guy talking. I'm not quite sure what those people roles are, but he did. From my perspective, it seemed like that the first dude that was talking, he was like the moderator. So I was like, okay, well, you know, in my head, while I'm watching it, I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, well, um, if I'm not mistaken, that because I didn't come right out and say this, I'm thinking this in my head. I'm like, well, if I'm not mistaken, what's the dude name? Old head selfie boy. I'm like, damn, he was the moderator for the George Floyd joint. You know, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do know that he spoke at the joint because that's when he was talking about the knee on the neck shit. Like, so I do remember that. So I'm not surprised that he's here. I'm not surprised that he's speaking at the funeral. But I am surprised that they let this girl sing right here. Now I can see, all right. At first I seen what they was doing. I'm like, all right, y'all getting all these people here that had similar, traumatic events. I had them speak, what seems to be political gain, perceivably, for at least from my perspective. But but she can't sing, yo. Like, come on, man. What was that? Like, I gotta get past this. Hold on. I'm not listening to this again. Hold on. This shit long as shit. I didn't know this video. I didn't know this funeral thing was this long. Now, funerals I've been to, they've been like what, an hour, 2 hours, something like that. Well, I usually wind up going outside anyway. So I mean, because I don't be wanting to sit in there and be listening to people, you know, pastors and all this. But there's a lot of singing with this shit. This lady can't sing. Come on, man. What is this? Fast forward this nonsense.
And the church
They should have
said
did a rehearsal.
amen.
They should have did a rehearsal with her before she let her good up there and sing. You know, everybody in the church was talking about that, all at the reception and all that. Like, you, that girl can't sing. But this dude seemed like he's the moderator right here, right?
To the screen.
Now with the George Floyd thing, maybe he was there too. I don't know.
Tribute.
See, I'm trying something new today. You know what I'm saying? You know, I had to go back and watch the George Floyd funeral. Now, one thing I did watch, now I skimmed through the George Floyd thing because my only thing for watching that was solely to see him in the casket. And which that never happened, you know, and I'm like, well, why? Because he wasn't fucked up, you know, like I said earlier. Same thing with this dude. He wasn't fucked up, you know. All right, he got roughed up, he got a little bruised up and shit, but like I said, morticians can handle that. Especially, look, there's a lot of money involved in this situation right here. You know, even for this shit alone, that shit costs, you know, unless you know what you're doing and you can make it yourself. If you want somebody else to edit up a video for you and shit, they might charge you, you know, $100 or a couple $100 for just this right here, for this little shit right here. This little, I mean, not shit, but you know, no disrespect. Like, you know, the slideshow. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might charge you up for the slideshow for them. You know, on a videographer tip. You know, to have it recorded with multiple cameras. You know, to have the Manhattan Grill Choir, or you know, whoever them people are. You know, this is money. So I'm just saying, like, I can't watch nobody pockets and, you know, tell them how they should spend their money on a funeral. But you know, I just going off of black people tradition, like I said earlier before, how black people take pictures of people in a casket, or we say things like, you know, so and so looked good at the funeral. You know, that's like a talking point at the what's the shit called? What is it? The repast? Yeah. So, you know, at the repast, you know, we would say things like, you know, so and so sure look good in the casket. You know what I'm saying? And I guess, you know, somebody way back when told us that was like a nice thing to say or whatever, you know. But however we start doing that, you know, that's like a regular talking point in a funeral. Like, when in doubt, you don't know what to say, just reference how good the corpse looked in the casket, you know. And it's like, that's like I guess it has a calming effect or something. I don't know. You know, I don't know who makes up these rules. You know, the same people who, I guess somebody told black people that, you know, if you're getting fucked up by cops, you yell for your mom and, you know, they should leave you alone. I watched that video that Bill Cosby put together on how to respond to, you know, police and not get yourself killed and shit. I didn't see anything in there about calling for your mom. So I don't know where this is coming from. But, you know, it seems like it's like a pattern now. Like, you know. But it shouldn't be a pattern because the whole world watched George Floyd call for his mom and then pass. If, you know, pass. Right? And so we see that that's not effective just from that right there. And I'm pretty sure this dude, he wasn't living under a rock, you know. So he should be familiar with the George Floyd situation, you know. So I don't think that there's any validity to anybody's claim that if you yell for your mom while getting your ass whooped, that the cops will have empathy for you. Like I don't, it's no data to support that. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? At least not on my watch. I haven't seen any data that supports that. You know what I mean? But they like the gaslighters with that, and we got to my knowledge at least 2 incidents of brothers trying to use that call for their mom tactic to try to get the police up off them. But out of the 2 incidents that we know of, they both failed. So that would make that highly ineffective. You know what I'm saying? So
Of the sons of Issachar,
I don't know. I'm a
who were
details
men
guy.
who understood their times and what to do about them. The set man for this hour at this time is a man who understands his time and what to do about them. There is no need really for an introduction, but I would share a personal story that when I was pastoring my first church as a young pastor.
Oh yeah, they
Reverend
what this
Sharpton
got to
invited
do
me into
with?
the family of the National Action
Did y'all
Network.
see this? All right, like what does this
Serve
have to
on his
do
board
with celebrating
and
the
give me a
life
front
of somebody
row to
who
his
lost their
work
life?
in leading the civil rights movement.
This is
I
a
want to say this
politically
without any
charged
fear
bullshit,
of
yo.
contradiction.
Like now y'all hyping each other up. This
He
nigga
is
talking
the
about his
hardest
early on in his career
working
and how he met.
civil rights
I'm
leader
assuming he about to introduce Al
of our
Sharpton.
time. Come on.
Right. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Come on.
Cheap applause, right? Unnecessary praises to God, vain, at best. You know what I'm saying? Civil rights. Come on, let's be civil, right?
I have
Civil is the bare minimum.
watched him
Why, why would I
in these
applaud?
moments
That's like
minister
applauding getting the F.
families who are experiencing
No
what Mr. and
disrespect
Mrs.
to people who
Nichols
actually
are
thought
dealing
that
with
that's a
now.
good thing.
To
But
not just
civil
show
is the
up
bare
and
minimum,
share the eulogy,
You
but
know,
he's
and
continued to
it's the
walk.
and it's the and I gotta address this. This dude is applauding somebody who fought allegedly for civil rights, right? But civil rights is the reason why we in this fucking predicament. How many fucking times does this have to happen before people see that this is a humanitarian issue? But when you fall under the jurisdiction of somebody's civil affairs, right? And it's a civil matter, then other countries can't get involved in somebody else's civil affairs. But you see, when motherfuckers get fucked up in other countries and those people are recognized as human, they get humanitarian aid. They get the UN or somebody to come and step in and say, hey, y'all can't do that to those human beings, right? But when you fought for civil rights, you got the right for them to be civil. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, we give you the bare minimum. So this is what the bare minimum look like. So why would we applaud this? Listen, how many people have died on this dude's watch? Like, you know what I'm saying? On all of these civil rights leaders watch. Because remember, they the ones who pushed for them to be civil. We didn't get human rights, we got civil rights. So these people, like I said earlier, about the cops using the codes in reference to dead animals, sometimes in reference to black people being killed or responding to a black person shot, a wounded animal. They'd be using codes like that. I think that was in Mahafa 21, or maybe it was in one of uh Hidden Colors DVDs. It was in one of those. I'm not sure, but you know that in itself, like I said earlier, that in itself is an unseen problem, you know. But as far as this right here, this right here, what, what we looking at, you know, this is politically charged. You know what I'm saying? This is it's not about the celebration of life. First of all, it's like, all right, like even with the whole funeral thing, like this is not our tradition. Like, you see how they came out with the ridiculous bullshit they come out with the African people, hitting the Congo drums and shit like that. Like, and then they go into this westernized version of mourning the dead. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be a celebration of life. Like, if you're gonna start it off like it's some African tradition shit, then it's supposed to be a celebration of life. This ain't nobody opportunity to push their agenda about their church or their political position or disposition, or what law they think they should be passed, or how they want to big up somebody for being a civil rights leader. This is a man's funeral here we looking at. This is not like some black award show, you know. And no disrespect to any black award shows, you know. Um, shout out to our brothers and sisters, making accomplishments and people acknowledging for that. Nothing wrong with that. But this is not what this is. We have plenty of other time slots, for black award shows. It's supposed to be about Tyre Nichols and celebrating his life, right? And the only thing that they talked about is that he liked the photography, skateboard, right? And he was a good person, But this is things that's told to us by people who didn't even know him, right? And they can't even go into in depth to kind of show us, like when you go to a funeral and somebody, you have people that get up there, they start telling stories about, their encounters with that person or their encounters with, or things this person did or they were revered for. Have they spoken about this? Have they even given the opportunity yet? And now we like a half hour into this. Have they given an opportunity for somebody who actually knew him to speak at his own funeral? I can see now somebody like, getting mad at me for like watching this with disdain or some type of comedic jargon, or my attempt at levity or whatever, shaming me for that. I can see that, and it's like, I get that because you have an emotional registration in what you're looking at. I don't, and it doesn't mean that I'm a bad person or a heartless person. It just means that I don't trust what people show me on the news. I don't trust what's in the mainstream media. And this is mainstream media bullshit right here. You know what I'm saying? Whether a person lost their life or not, and more so if a person lose their life, why would these people go up into this situation and use this as some kind of political chess move or opportunity to pat each other on the back or give each other praise and shit? In the name of Jesus, the humble of the humble, who wore rags and rode on a donkey. That's kind of off. I don't know.
With these families over the weeks, the months, and the
Dude,
years
man, these dudes is
ahead.
fucking sickening.
But I think it is important for me to set the record straight. So many people erroneously think that Reverend Sharpton has to chase the cameras. Let's be clear, he brings the cameras with him to shine a light.
If I thought, and listen, if I just played this excerpt right here, you would thought this is Al Sharpton's funeral.
And so we are blessed today as we celebrate the life of Tyre Nichols to hear a voice for our time.
Allegedly, right? They ain't said nothing about him yet.
By this celebration choir, that we would all stand to our feet and welcome the president of the National Action Network and our eulogist for this service, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
Well, there it is. Yeah, he's going to do the eulogy, just like he did the eulogy for George Floyd shit, right? What a coincidence. Just like Michael Bader, right? I wonder who did Michael Bader, did he do the autopsy too? You know, that's the same dude that did Epstein autopsy too. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. So yeah, we get this guy to come in and do the eulogy, right? With these, because look, you know why? People who actually know these people don't have enough star power or charisma to captivate an audience, at least from the producer's perspective. This shit has a producer. This is not a funeral that just so happened to be recorded. This is a production. You know what I'm saying? Look at the camera angles. Think about it. All of this shit costs money. All of these, they just had the fucking camera booth shot, DJ shot. How much was that? This is a production. This is not a funeral, man. This is a production. So don't get mad at me for investigating this or looking at this with a detective eye, because you got an emotional registration. These people was playing you, just like we talked about the other day. They gotta play us. Now they didn't done how many songs they didn't done already? These people are performing, man, and it's supposed to be a celebration of somebody's life. We done had the choir sing, some other girl who can't sing, and this girl who can halfway sing, right? And then we had a pastor who was singing and sermoning and singing at the same time. So we done have 5 performances already. Performances, right? And I guess this is the performance to welcome in Al Sharpton. The fuck is this shit? I can't believe people go for shit like this. Like this is, look, if it's a fucked up thing that this dude got beat to death by cops, then it's also a fucked up thing that these people used his fucking funeral as a fucking platform to push their fucking talents and you know what I'm saying, and agendas. The vultures, like that's like, you know what I'm saying? The vultures and the jackals just come in and capitalize off a bad situation. What it look like to me. Because if this man is dead and he's in that casket right there, it's closed, it's been closed the whole time. If he in there, then why y'all doing all of this and ain't talking about him? I'm concerned. I'm concerned, to say the least. This is ridiculous. It's like my mom would say, this is past the point of ridiculous. Ridiculous was 10 minutes ago. This is past the point of ridiculous. This was ridiculous 10 minutes ago. Now they've been showing these pictures like a motherfucker though. Same pictures though. Like, all right, like this dude don't got no other pictures. Now I'm not gonna say like everybody's not photogenic. I get that, right? So maybe yeah, he only got a handful of pictures. There's some people out there that literally don't got no pictures of them at all. So you know, I'm not going to nitpick at that, but I mean, it is kind of like, all right, for this to be like this extensive as far as production wise, and for them to like to keep like running these same like 6 pictures, and then one of those pictures is also imprinted or polarized on a poster right there, or well posterized right there with his mom and his dad and Martin Luther King on it. I mean, I would think that maybe they would have a little bit more pictures than that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking. I don't know. You know, but I've never seen any of this. You know, so I'm just going through this for the first time. Like, most people that probably didn't watch this or even knew the funeral was today, because I'm Johnny come lately when it comes to this funeral. I didn't know the funeral was today. I actually didn't keep up with this. I had got other things important, to deal with. You know what I'm saying? But I heard it on the news. I was like, oh shit, damn, the funeral was today. All right, well, I'm gonna check it out when I get off and shit. You know what I mean? And that's basically what I'm doing. Like, when I got off work, I'm like, all right, let me, dig into this. So I just did it like some research, and then I said, fuck it, I'm gonna cut the camera on and I'm gonna do the research live. So I haven't looked at any of this material that I'm talking about tonight. I didn't look at it at all before I posted it. You know what I mean? The only thing that I did look at, or rather look into, was the gematria shit, and that's more or less because I have my book. Got me one of these fresh old school books. But what the fuck is going on here? These people need some water. They need some water and some milk, because they just singing away. Who's this guy right here? Where did he come from? How did he get up there with her? He just did a little mo John right there. He on his little mo shit right there. They got a little chicken hawk up there. She looking like the young boy that would be with Foghorn Leghorn. You know what I'm saying? Foghorn Leghorn young boy. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the boy Crump. That's Mr. 42 right there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fucking Kamala Harris was there. Is she there? So all right, so this was the intro for this nigga. So all right, he looking crazy. Hold up, look, I want to see because they did that performance. I'm guessing for him. Oh shit, yeah, she is there. Hold up, wait a minute, let's go back. She looking like Michael Jackson. I almost thought that was Michael Jackson. All right, so all right, damn, I think I skipped a lot ahead. Wait a minute, this is crazy here. Okay, they got a picture together. They got the same teeth. They related, man. So yeah, that we're not even going to touch on that. They got the same teeth. That's definitely his mom. Who the hell is this little Mo dad right here? All right, let's move it ahead a little bit. He's singing too much. All right.
My friend and brother.
So that was his intro. Yeah, that was his intro. Let me go back a little bit.
The mother of Breonna
All right, let's go back to. All right, so does he come on? Wow. So he comes on at 40. All right, let's go back to 41. So he comes on and when? I want to see the runtime on this. How can I see this runtime? Because right now, all right, he comes. What it's looking like right now, he comes on at 42 minutes. So this is 40. This is 41 and some change. And look, you see like this kind of like intermission. This is a performance. He comes on at exactly 42 minutes into this. Hold on. I gotta pause this. So exactly at 42 minutes, Al Sharpton comes on to the fucking thing. They did that whole. This is a fucking performance. This is not a fucking real thing, yo. I'm not saying that somebody didn't really pass. I'm saying that what they're doing right here is a fucking scripted event. But I've been the first. This is what the first day of Black History Month, which I told y'all. This is the month of the 42 and 59. So exactly at 42 minutes into this funeral, right? Which, in my opinion, is a lengthy funeral. But 42 minutes into this funeral, Al Sharpton takes the stage. God damn, I want to do. Let me see if I can do. I want to do some gematria on this guy real quick. Matter of fact, let's do it over here. Can I pull? Yeah, I can do it over here on the top. They say that laptops are for tables and not your lap. They should be called them tabletops. You know what I'm saying? So because especially if you got testes, you don't want that kind of radiation on your Bozak. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just stalling so I can get on, so I can open up this shit over here real quick. You know what I mean? But all right. So I just jumped in here. Now let me fix this real quick. All right. Cut that off. Cut that all the way off. Okay. Cut that all the way off. Okay. So I'm gonna try to do some gematria on this dude real quick. All right, where we at here? How do you do this? I don't think I've ever done this before, but we're going to try to do this right here. All right. Window. Yeah, no, not that. Um, no, not. All right. Um, okay, let's try this. Try it like this. All right. So that's me twice on the screen. I'm trying to do a screen share without kicking myself out on my own stream. But yeah, this is my first time ever doing this right here. So bear with me real quick. Hold on. Let me figure this out. All right. Because I want to do some drama. I want to get I want to get my shit up on the screen. All right. So if I want to do that, what do this? I know that's an email. All right. I'm gonna give one more crack at this. Then if not, then I'm gonna just look it up. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to get it up on the screen so y'all can see me do it. You know. Um, okay. Screen share. What are you saying to me here? Windows. Oh, okay. All right. I think I figured this out. Here we go. All right. So, all right. This is the web page. Is this the web? This is a browser, right? Window, right? All right. Here we go. Get that shit. Okay. Look, listen. They're already on some shady shit. The simple fact that they brought this dude in at 42 minutes in. That's not, that's not a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? They didn't just do that like that wasn't like some, oh damn, what a coincidence. You know, even like when we run in the stream, it's like, all right, I can look at the counter and be like, okay, yeah, we approaching 42 minutes. You know, let me do some reverse shit back on these people, and I start talking about, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers know that wasn't no goddamn coincidence that they brought this dude up on here. So all right, yeah, let's open this up. I don't even think I ever used this on here yet. All right, here we go. Yeah, but usually we got the PDF thing now. All right, yeah, I never used this. All right, I'm fucked up right now. All right, so we on gematrynator.com. This is .com, yeah. So yeah, this is gematrynator.com. So this is like would be like the easy or the fastest way for me to do this. You know what I mean? So on my screen is matching what we see over here because my mouse is not moving. Listen, this is taking too long. Are we almost in? Almost. Because I'm trying to get to the rest of this crazy ass video. I want to see what Michael Jackson had to say. Michael Jackson Harris. You know what I mean? Because I thought that was MJ on a glance, on a quick glance. I'm like, that looked like motherfucking Michael Jackson. All right, so here we go. That looked like Zach. It looked like Zachary K. Hubbard. You know what I'm saying? I think that's that guy. Shout out to him. And he wrote a book on this shit too. But yeah, I want to pull up these ciphers and make sure I get all the ciphers on here. Select. I don't see shit though. What the hell y'all did to this website? So I ain't been on here, and y'all didn't. Whatever I guess they updated this shit, but this shit is acting weird. What is it saying to me? To become a member? Well, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'll become a member later. You know, because this is a tool. This is a tool for people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you do want to look out for the cookout. You know what I mean? And don't have the scumbag mindset of just using people's shit and not, you know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't want nobody to come and eat shit out your fridge and not leave some money on the counter or something. It's the same thing. So it's like, man, you gotta appreciate when people put things together for the greater good of society. Kind of like what we're doing right here. But you know what? I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. It's getting on my nerves. It's trolling me. We struggle streaming. I'm just gonna back out of that. How about that? Can I get out of here? Because I just pulled it up on my phone. Listen, I ain't used the laptop in like fucking. I haven't used a laptop in like 10 years or something. Get out of here. And that shit is. I feel like I just went back in time and shit. That shit was like Stone Age. All right. So, all right, let me pull up this shit over here real quick. Now, I'm not sure how to do a screen share from your phone, but I am going to do some gematria real quick on the brother we just was looking at, Al Sharpton. I'm about to do some gematria on Al Sharpton because they brought him on at exactly 42 minutes. And I'm trying to tell you, been trying to told y'all that, they use that shit. They use this symbolism on black people. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's a good or a bad way, mainly bad way. But it's used nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? All right, y'all gonna let me in or what? You know what? I'm on the wrong joint. All right, so that's the wrong browser. They be on some bullshit. All right, so here we go. All right, go on there. I don't know what the fuck wrong with that damn laptop, but using the phone is just so much faster. You know, it's crazy. All right, go back. Al Sharpton. Okay, let's do a quick thing on him real quick, and we just nigga rig it. You know what I'm saying? Al Sharpton. Sharpton. 42. If he got 42 in his name, that's all I want to see. I just like, we could dig deeper into it on another dissertation, but I just want to see if he got that in his name. I would love to be able to show y'all that connection. And now the best we got right here, given what we're looking at right here on the surface level, is 124 order. Let me see, can we get that up there at the bottom? I don't know if that's backwards to y'all, but Al Sharpton equals 124. Now, from the dissertation that we was talking about from the other day, where we was saying how we basically was using multiplication, and I'm gonna just scrap what I was about to say because I just see the shit staring me right in the face right here. Is Al Sharpton equals 402? So what I will say is that in regards to what I was just about to say, that because I don't want to leave anybody hanging. 1 times 24 would be 24, and 24 would be the inverse of 42. You know what I'm saying? Now, aside from that, in prime gematria, and these are different forms of gematria, Al Sharpton equals 402. Now, like how we discussed from the other dissertation, that the zero in gematria is silent, just like what did Lil Wayne say? Real G's move in silent like lasagna. So the G is silent, right? Like in lasagna. And in gematria, the zero is silent. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense to you. So let me get that on the desktop mode and zoom in on it because sometimes that fucks it up. Oh, they kicked me back out. Oh, they kicked me back out. Okay, so, but you get the point of what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? I think I built enough legitimacy to be trusted, right? You know what I'm saying? But I I did my best to try to show you what I was looking at. But in gematrynator.com, that would definitely help people on their thirst for more about gematria, if that tickles your fancy. Somebody told me that shit is like the Ouija board of knowledge. They don't want to fuck with it. You know what I mean? It's spooky, but hey, I like to say, take your shoes off, your feelings. You know, your feelings is like your shoes when you're coming up in somebody's house. Take the shoes off at the door. Don't track your feelings all around the damn house. Not, you know what I'm saying? Not up in here. So I think my one stream just jumped off. I'm gonna see if I can get that back on. But we got your man Al Sharpton up there. All right, so we're gonna let this clown talk in a minute. Um, it is the 33rd day of the year. God damn, 33rd day of the year. And what time is it? It's almost 2:22 to February 2nd. I remember last year was I did a video on that same day and I forgot the phrase of what it's called. Basically, when numbers have synchronicity, um, pal- palo palindromic. I know I botched that word, but anybody who knows what that is, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? All right, but those are the times that they do like heavy, symbolism. I would say. You know what I mean? When you have the palindromic, numbers and synchronicity. So you see numbers like 222, 333. You know what I mean? They be on some bullshit. You know what I mean? So I think it's Groundhog's Day today too. You know, now I don't know if anybody ever seen that movie Groundhog's Day, where the guy is like living the same day over and over, and and that's like metaphysically, you will go through the same things until you change how you deal with it. That makes sense. So maybe that could be overlaid, and we'll be looking at like with all of these different shootings and shit like that, like because it almost seems like a broken record. It's like, damn, like they keep hitting us with the same shit. You get what I'm saying? And it's like the same talking points, even the same signs. They're using the same signs from like damn near 100 years ago and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not going to change until we change how we deal with it, right? And if just like with Joe Biden at some time, when he was saying that our approach is going to be reactionary, it's always been reactionary. I mean, the whole thing about police is reactionary. So how would that fix anything? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like what they say, more of the same. You know. So let me type this in here real quick. That's I can do. Given the circumstance. All right. Cause that shit cut out on me, and I'm gonna get it up there for part two. So, boom. All right. So let's get this dude up here. While I do that, while I do this over here, I'm gonna just let him talk. I don't. I would never listen. Listen. Let me say this. I would never, if I had a baby, I would never neglect my child to argue with somebody 800 kilometers away from me. So I'm gonna let this dude ramble right here, and I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this stream up. You know what I mean?
Giving honor to God, to our pastor, Reverend Jason Lawrence Turner, to all the clergy, our public officials, and to most of all the family of Tyre Nichols. Let me say that we're blessed to have a young pastor who has labored in social justice and prophetic vision. and who immediately said to let us celebrate Tyre here at this great church. People like Jason Turner not born in the ministry every day. A lot of ministers show up
This
when
dude
the
look like
cameras
he
show
got.
up
Y'all ever seen Thinner?
and leave when
Remember
the
that Stephen
cameras
King
leave.
movie Thinner?
But he's been
That
with us in Nan for
this
many
part
years,
2 is called
and
Sharpton.
he's
Dude,
a
that nigga,
great
he got
giant in
the
his own
Sharpton.
right. Give a hand to
He
Reverend
got the flicker.
Jason
You know what I'm saying?
Turner. Let me
Cause that
also
nigga looking
say that
thinner
I
like a
want to
motherfucker. Remember,
recognize
y'all
the
remember when
other
Al Sharpton
families
used
that
to be
have come
fat?
from
I got
around
a
the
I got a
country
video
that
of him
know what
and
Mr. and Mrs.
what's his
Wells
man?
is going
What's
through
his
in
man
their
name?
circles.
James Brown.
I want them to stand and be
And that's
recognized
who he
because they
dress. He
know what
dressing
it
like James
is
Brown. Like,
to sit at a
well, at
funeral
least that's
like
how he
this.
used to dress.
And
You know.
I know the family of
But you know what I'm
George
saying?
Floyd
Like,
is here. Stand up. Brandon,
our
Falonis,
George Floyd family is
the
there.
family, Botham John's sister is here. The mother, Falonis and Kiki is here, of the Floyds. There's Botham John's sister, and Brandon's
Yo,
mother,
this is just like an
Carol
award
Thomas
show,
from New
yo.
York is here. Gwen Carr,
This is like a damn award show, man.
the mother
I
of
don't know
Breonna
about y'all, but do
Taylor
y'all
from
notice
Lincoln
this? Where's
Park
y'all talking
is
about
here.
this man who died at? They are, you know, he's there for that. Like he's gonna come in and
And there
just like
may
he
be
did with George
others
Floyd
that
shit.
I
He
do
talked about
not
the knee on the neck
have
and
the note for. I want
you
to
got our knee, you
recognize
won't get your knee
that
off
they've
our neck
come to
and
be with you
you know all of that.
on
Like
these
he
days
gonna do
all
that.
over
You
the
know what I'm
country.
saying? Don't worry, he gonna do that.
And we are
He's just building
grateful.
himself up to do
The
it right
White
now.
House president talked to the family, but sent a delegation led by the former mayor of Atlanta, who now is running policy and social engagement in the White House, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. The head of infrastructure,
Yeah,
the
that works.
infrastructure czar.
What happened? Oh, no, wait a minute. Got a little technical difficulty. Started it over by accident. Hang on, let me go back to Sharpton. Remember, he was at the 42-minute mark. Crazy. It's crazy how they brought the dude in at 42 minutes exactly.
Tyre here at this great church. People like Jason
He seemed
Turner
like he out of
have
it.
not
You know what I'm
born
saying? It seemed like he like
in the ministry every day.
he probably burnt out from he did too
A
much.
lot
He
of
did too much of this.
ministers
He like, man, I'm
show
tired of
up
this shit.
when the cameras show
This
up,
nigga like he was smoking some weed or something before
and
he came in
leave
that
when the
motherfucker.
cameras leave. But he's been with us in Nan for many years, and he's a great giant in his own right. Give a hand to Reverend Jason Turner. Let me also say that I want to recognize there are other families that have come from around the country that know what Mr. and Mrs. Wells is going through and all of the siblings. I want them to stand and be recognized because they know what it is to sit at a funeral like this. And I know the family of George Floyd is here.
I ain't
Stand
never
up.
seen a funeral like this.
Brandon, Falonis, the family, Botham John's sister is here. The mother,
Like I said, this is
Falonis
like a
and
damn award
Kiki
show,
is
man.
here. Gotham John's sister, and Brandon, the mother of Eric Garner from New York.
Like, look, before I seen this, I said they bringing out all of the greats, all of the old players. You know what I'm saying? All the people that the victims from yesteryear. They're bringing them all out. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna drive this into your head. And look, and when I said that before I even knew that they was gonna do this.
And there may be others that I did not.
They went all the way back and talked to Rodney King's daughter. You know what I'm saying?
That they come to be with you on this day.
Because all of this is gonna get these people to pass the laws that they want to pass.
We think from the White House, President talked to the family, but sent a delegation led by
All of these dudes is just got their hand out getting paid.
now is running policy and social engagement in the White House, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. The head of infrastructure, the infrastructure czar of the country, former mayor of New Orleans, stand up, Mitch Landrieu is here.
This nigga is accepted a lifetime achievement award at somebody's damn funeral.
Texas, fighting for reparations in the Congress. Sheila Jackson Lee is here.
I think they care more about themselves than this dude, yo. Like, I'm trying to tell you, if I just cut this shit on from right here, I would think that I was looking at some type of award ceremony.
Congressman Steve Cohen is here.
So we applauding people for being at somebody's funeral.
Many years ago, there was a
Unbelievable
controversy in California, and there was one that stood up for justice, and I watched them grow as they fought and took a balanced and principled stand.
My man is high.
Supporting what was right, even when it wasn't popular. And they grew from one office to another. Every office they ran for, they predicted you couldn't win. The political polling told them they couldn't win. And they kept beating the polls. And they told her she shouldn't be here today.
What the fuck is this thing?
But the snow backed up. And she's here. The vice president.
Yo, this is
Kamala Harris.
Yo, this is crazy as shit. Yo, these people are just jerking each other off, man. That's all they doing, man. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, all right, like, somebody has died. Like, all right, let's stay in context of the storyline here. Somebody has died. And they had a funeral. And these people are just bigging themselves up for being at a funeral.
Going to be polite about it, but since y'all stood up and clapped so long,
Y'all crazy.
wouldn't it be nice for her to share a few words with us?
Oh my God! Look at this.
Come on. Come on up here so they can see you.
All right, let's see the time mark. What's the time stamp? What's the time stamp? Oh, there's something else. I'll tell you. It would be nice if she came up and says words. And then she go up there, and then they go. So what's she gonna say? Let's see what she gonna say. Well, I got this feeling she about to say some shit that somebody else said. Want to bet on it?
So many families here who have been personally
Cause that's right up her alley. Like she's a copy paste type of person. You know, given what they're giving what they showing us. They using this woman as a motherfucking spokesperson. Like she's supposed to be the vice president. What did she do? Like they sent her to a funeral, speak at a funeral. Wasn't she supposed to like be like going to? Wasn't she supposed to like go to the border and shit or some shit like that? And she ain't ever go, or she went one time, or let's see what she's talking about.
You have been extraordinary in terms of your strength, your courage, and your grace. And we mourn with you, and the people of our country mourn with you. And I just have, I'm going to be very brief.
Who is this woman?
Mothers around the world,
I thought she was Indian.
when their babies are born, pray to God.
Yo, they really just threw her in the mix with us. Like
that body and that life will be
that's crazy,
safe
dog.
for the rest of his life.
I thought she was Indian. What happened to her to being Indian? Remember they said she was the uh, first Indian woman to be president or something like that? To be vice president? That's what they said. You know, after she got in that motherfucker. But she ran on being a black woman. But you know, she look like Michael Jackson right here.
His brothers and sister will lose the love of growing old with their baby brother.
Yo, did she just soundbite my man?
And when we look at this situation, this is
Yo, y'all, listen, I knew she was gonna do this. I knew she was gonna do that. She just bit my man from the beginning.
of violence.
Just is she like quoting him word for word? Oh, she threw feet in there. Okay.
Charged with keeping them safe.
But I think my man right there, yeah, my man right there that's clapping on the other side of she bit his whole shit. Yo.
And when I think about the courage and the strength of this family, I think it demands that we speak truth. And with this, I will say, this violent act was not in pursuit of public safety. It was not.
You know they set this bullshit up.
Keeping the public
Make her seem like she didn't want to speak. She was ready to speak just from the rip.
In the interest of keeping the public safe, that Tyre Nichols would be with us here today.
Where is he at? Well, you saying he gonna be? Where is he at? We ain't seen. This is a damn performance. And where did they move the body off the stage? Is it?
Safe.
Where is he?
So when we talk about public safety, let us understand.
Back with the pictures again. Where is he? Where is he? This is a damn stage. They moved but the body is like off to the side somewhere. And this shit is about them. This shit ain't about uh brother Nichols, right?
So I'll just close by saying
This ain't about brother Tyre.
I was, as a senator, as a United States senator,
These people in here clapping for these people, yo. Like this is crazy.
George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And as Vice President of the United States, we demand that Congress pass the George Floyd Justice
See what I'm saying?
Policing Act. Joe Biden will sign it.
Joe Biden will sign it.
Should not delay, and we will not be denied. It is non-negotiable.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo. It's a political exercise, man.
And with that, I'll just, Pastor, if you don't mind, one of my
You reclaim your time. Yeah, you reclaim your time. Yeah.
Luke.
Point of order. You know what I mean?
Verse 79, which tells us God will help us.
Yo, she wasn't prepared to talk.
Shine a light upon those who sit in darkness and in the
Yo, you trying to tell me this? So she was chilling. She wasn't gonna say nothing, and she just came, just ready. Just that's how I roll. I just I just get up and just quote Bible verses verbatim. That's how I roll.
A light on the path toward peace and justice. Thank you.
Yo, my man said, he said, that's Kamala Harris over there, yo. How about y'all think that we should let her come up and say something? And she came up and then gave a whole fucking. Y'all see this fake shit, though? This is again. This is why I'm doing this. This is like my reaction to this shit. I've never seen this shit before. You know what I'm saying? I found out late in the day that this shit happened. So I said, fuck it. I'm just going but this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And it's like and if I analyze this, I probably might see some other shit in here. But just off top, this is ridiculous. You ain't gonna tell me that shit wasn't staged. She was more ready to speak than he was. What happened? This nigga fell asleep or something. And where is his church? Where is his church at? What church do Al Sharpton have? What church did he ever have? Like, all right, let's say he don't got a church right now. But what church did he have? He had the church at NBC.
And found them near Dothan.
Just like with this shit.
But they saw him.
Well, pastors, when you go to church, they always tell you to grab your Bible and turn to this page, turn to that page, just turn, right? Because they're gonna turn past the real shit that they don't want you looking at. They're gonna turn past them verses that'll make you get up and walk out that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? None of them gonna say, hey, look, today we're gonna start our journey through the Bible and we're gonna read word for word all the way from front to back. They ain't gonna do that. All the pass. That's why all the passes start with turning your page to turning your page to the yeah. And it's never gonna be nothing that's gonna make you question why am I even in this motherfucker. That's how they roll. So these dudes are charlatans. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. Pretty fucking much.
in the distance. And before
Charlatans.
he reached them,
Mm-hmm.
they plotted to kill him.
See if he gonna turn up. He gonna turn up and start yelling with his old ass.
Here comes that dreamer, they said to each other.
See? See, this is
Come
bullshit.
now, let's kill him and throw him into one of the cisterns and say that a ferocious animal has devoured him.
Man.
May God add a blessing to the reading of his word.
What's wrong with these dudes coming in here like they high and shit? Like lazy, lethargic ass voice and shit. I mean, what's dude? He is getting up there, you
Early
know.
this morning before dawn,
Yeah.
I did what I often do when I come to Memphis. I went out to the Lorraine Motel.
See, look, here we go. See, look at the bullshit.
As a youngster, I joined SCLC
Mm-hmm.
Operation Bread.
You know, just like I was telling somebody the other day, the locations of these events be strategically put together for a reason. So we find ourselves in Memphis, Tennessee, on Black History Month, dealing with police and justice. Couldn't ask for a better storyline.
She took me to my Bishop F.D. Washington, who said, I know what to do with him, and he brought me to Reverend William Jones, who led Dr. King's organization in New York, and Reverend Jesse Jackson. And at 13, the year Dr. King died,
Yeah.
I was 13 years old.
Reverend Jesse blood smeared. Smearing niggas' blood on him and shit.
So it was my growing up in the King movement.
Jesse Bloody Hands.
That makes me come to the Lorraine Hotel and look at the spot that Dr. King died. This morning I took my youngest daughter Ashley with me. And in all of the ice, I told the story of how Dr. King came to Memphis to fight for garbage workers, city employees that had no safety.
This is fuckery. Why is it? And again, how far along are we in this bullshit? I didn't even know. I did not know that this shit was this long. And this is not. Listen, this shit is not even halfway through. Now, I'm not gonna go through this whole thing. I'm gonna I'm gonna fast forward past this motherfucker talking in a minute, but I want to see how the shit end. You know, I want to see how the shit end. You know, before we get out of here.
Police department, work in sanitation. And the reason why Mr. and Mrs. Wells, what happened to Tyre is so personal to me is that
It's
5
personal now.
black men that wouldn't have had a job in the police department would not ever be thought of.
Are you serious?
An elite squad.
They try to make it. You see this nonsense? Now, how long have they been using black police officers against black people? You know what I'm saying? How long have they been using people like this against black people? Right? So of course, somebody like this would try to make it seem like it's a bestow of honor or progress that black people can now become police and police their own neighborhood and fuck people up and do the scumbag shit that the white cops is doing. Oh, that makes it best progress, right? Well, y'all wouldn't be there at the goddamn funeral if that was fucking progress. So, all right, yeah, you're trying to shame these dudes for what they did as black cops, and they wouldn't have the privilege to be black cops if it wasn't for what y'all did in civil rights. But you gave way to black cops. You know what I'm saying? You didn't give way to people owning their own communities and policing their own neighborhoods that they live in. You know what I'm saying? You gave way to black cops fucking over black people. And now you just want to shame them for it. This is y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? We was better off by our damn selves away from these motherfuckers. Y'all push to be able to eat at the same table and drink from the same fountain and all that dumbass shit. And they ain't do nothing but have black cops cultural supremacy, right? Can't say the other shit. Cultural supremacy and blackface. Y'all gave way to that. I'm gonna applaud you for that. Fuck out of here.
Not far away from that balcony, you beat a brother to death. There's nothing more
And what you doing?
and
And what you doing? Selling out black people with MSNBC.
that you walk through those doors and act like
It's staged events.
to fight for to get you through them doors.
Fuck out of here, man. They're trying to claim responsibility for black cops. As if the powers that shouldn't be don't look at the situation and find it more effective to use black people against black people. Right? In all other aspects that we see that these motherfuckers using black people against black people, it's highly effective. Why wouldn't that be the same thing with the police force? You know what I'm saying? So these motherfuckers are now trying to cape for, pat themselves on the back to say, well, y'all wouldn't even be black cops if it wasn't for us. What did y'all get us? Y'all didn't get us human rights. You got us civil rights and black cops to fuck us up. And we supposed to applaud these motherfuckers? Crazy. This is insane. This is insane.
You didn't get on the police department.
So you turning up now, look.
Police chief didn't get there by herself. People
Right.
had to march and go to jail and some lost their lives to open the doors for you.
Open the doors. Cut it out. Open the doors. These people open the doors? Like there was a door like that black people couldn't get through, and these dudes getting locked up and marching, and that made what? That made the door open, or that made that made white people give us something. Well, what did we get? What did we get? But black cops, their right to drink at the same water fountain, to eat at the same lunch table and shit. The right for that. But in retrospect of the past 40, 50 years, that y'all did what y'all did in the civil rights era, what the fuck can we say that we have? We don't have no black community. We don't have no black schools. We just started getting black banks, and that wasn't from any of y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? Not when people still when they still redline in the district. You know what I'm saying? Not when people can't get housing, and can't move out of certain neighborhoods and shit. But we had the right to go into their neighborhood now. That's what y'all fought for. Can't even say we. That's what y'all fought for, because these are our elders, discussing their progress report right here at somebody's funeral. So, this dude's died. It's supposed to be a celebration of his life, but these dudes are taking their opportunity to pat themselves on the back, push political agendas, and shame these people who allegedly murdered this man, even though they didn't murder this man. They just beat him up. Now, I'm not trying to mitigate what the fuck they did to him, or in the context of the story, right? But the thing is that according to y'all's shit, according to what y'all say about this, that these motherfuckers got fucked up. These motherfuckers fucked this dude up. They tased him, did all this, right? And then he died in the hospital 3 days later. So somebody in the fucking hospital dropped the ball. You know what I'm saying? But we don't have that discussion, right? So how dare these cops, these black cops, kill this man? Shame on them. But who put them in place? Who put them in place to do their job? Who gave them the battery on their back to make them feel like it's okay to do this shit in the context of the story, in the script, right? Who gave them the battery on their back to make them feel like it's okay to do shit like this? And even though they got body cameras, like, remember they made us. Obama is the one who gave us the body cameras, right? And he made it seem like, oh, this is never going to happen again. Now that we got body cameras, and the body cameras are going to keep these guys in line. And we believe that. We clapped. We did all of this shit that we did, and this shit that these people are doing right here. We clapped and stood up and clapped, and we rooted and cheered because cops got body cameras now. But these motherfuckers cut these Jones off. They don't even have to register the goddamn video if they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, even with the body cameras now we can just see what the fuck these motherfuckers did, and still had to argue about it, right? And even when these motherfuckers allegedly get locked up and shit, right? How the fuck do you know if they was even really locked up? Just like they said, all them dudes posted bail, right? They all posted bail, all 5 of them. How do we even know that they were even locked up? So they're not even locked up, right? They're not locked up right now, right? But other people are under investigation, right? So, all right, why they not mad at the wheels of justice and all that shit? If you want justice for these people, then why is it okay for people who killed somebody, right? This is y'all words, killed somebody on tape. Why is it okay for them to bail out and to be out on bail? You know what I'm saying? You got niggas that get hit with all kinds of, think about it. You get niggas that get hit with detainers, violation of probation, high ass bail for no fucking reason, you know, shit like that. Wasn't that a big thing? That it was like, yo, black people getting hit with a disproportionately high bail where their white counterparts aren't. So we're not mad at these things. Oh, that shit's cool. They just focus your energy and your frustration and your attention on one subject. And you forget all about the other shit. The simple fact that these dudes, that they kill somebody on camera, right? In the context of the script, they kill somebody on camera. And they could simply post bail and go home and wait for trial. You know what I'm saying? But people like that, people like these people my fault. These people who we consider to be our leaders and shit, they lack to even talk about those things. So who you working for? Damn, Johnny, who you working for? You know what I'm saying?
Act like that sacrifice was enough for nothing. You ain't.
What? What? Look, that's why I had to go through this. That's why I had to go through this. Sacrifice. Sacrifice, really. Given all of the work that I've done on ritual sacrifice, just the simple fact that I pointed out that this shit happened on the 7th, which is a sacrificial number. To delete this message, press 7. To save it, press 9. You know, just like when you get fired and you get your severance pay, right? You know what I'm saying? Or this dude, he died from severe injuries, right? That became fatal, right? Okay. Sacrifice. But then he has to say sacrifice. You know, just like in the shout out to the Netherlands, symbolism will be the death of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
In no New England state, you in Tennessee. Where we
Now, before I even move forward, sacrifice. A sacrifice is something that is willingly done. You know, just like in a relationship, we make sacrifices to make things work, right? A sacrifice. So when he references this dude who died, now this is how long he been talking for? Probably about 20 minutes, and outside of him patting himself on the back and then passing the mic to Kamala and they playing tennis with the mic and all that. Now he finally says something about this dude outside of how this is personal because of how what happened to Martin Luther King. How was I ain't even want to touch on that right now, but you know, this is like the first time that he really addresses this dude. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Let me finish playing. Let me go back. All right, now move back. All right, what we at here? Is that an hour in? An hour into this? 59. So all right, we have 50. He comes in at 52, right? I mean 42, right? So now we at the 59 minutes. 59 minutes into this. Like he mad now. Look. Give me a break. So you wasn't mad about this before? You just now you get mad. It's a fucking act, dude. And this is why a lot of people, like, you know, when I'm like, we go to funerals, a lot of brothers leave out. A lot of brothers and sisters, they be standing outside in respects to the family and shit like that because the shit becomes fucking church. You know what I'm saying? And it becomes people pushing their agendas, trying to get somebody to come to their church, just like the great Dr. Ben said. You know, people trying to get you to come to their church. You know, shit like that. Now, this dude, He don't even have a church. He's Reverend Al Sharpton, but where the fuck is his church at? Where has he ever had a church? You know what I'm saying? Maybe his church is his closet. You know, I don't know where his church is, but whatever. Shout out to Al Sharpton, man. Shout out to Al Sharpton.
That they slayed the dreamer.
Oh, these dudes are
What has
characters,
happened
man. I
to
tell you.
the dream? In the city where the dreamer laid down and shed his
Sacrifice.
blood, you have the unmitigated gall to beat your brother, chase him down and beat him some more, call for backup, and they take 20 minutes. And you watch him, and you are too busy talking among each other. No empathy, no concern. If you read the
Now, with this, I gotta point out one thing. He is going over traumatic events, right? His family is there. The body is there, right? What's missing from this equation? I don't hear any sobbing, no mourning, no crying, and nothing. I hear cheering. I hear applauses. But usually, especially in the black community, I've never been to a white funeral. You know, disclaimer. I've never been to any other type of funeral except for black people's funeral. But at black people's funeral, that's usually the time when people let out that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like someone said, now this dude, he's been dead for 25 days at this point, right? Or no, 22 days at this point. So, you know, it's arguable to say, yeah, she's had the mom or people in the family have had time to vent, right? It's even arguable that they had a private ceremony before this. You know, in fairness, these people could have had a whole private ceremony to their family and all that, and then this is just the media's funeral. But this, what we looking at, is not a real funeral. You know what I'm saying? But if she's there and they like are just going over these things with lack of empathy for the family, right? I want to act. I want to say like I want to ask like why, basically why is nobody crying? I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking. I don't know. Let me know if I'm nitpicking.
story of Joseph. When his brothers threw him in the pit, nobody came to help him. Like nobody came to help Tyre.
Mm. Mm.
Waiting on ambulance service that didn't show up until it's too late.
He don't even sound like a pastor. This don't sound like a pastor talking.
We'll just tell them something else happened, but we are going to throw them in a pit. But I come to Memphis today to tell you the same mistake Joseph's brothers made is a mistake you made. You thought you threw Joseph in a pit. You thought you threw Dr. King's dream in a pit. But every time you throw something in a pit, God takes the pit and raises it up and changes the whole world. Let me be clear. We understand that
You guys, fuck you. How long we been dealing with this same shit? Has the world changed much since the 60s? I mean, seriously, like, has racism diminished? Has police brutality subsided? Has the wealth gap closed? Has slavery stopped? You know, and so it's like, you know, especially like post, you know, I guess post Blovid. You know, are we post Blovid or is this still a pandemic or whatever? You know, whatever. But in this world that we live in right now, like these investments in subscriptions, are they at some point is a hindrance? Like, you know, we got a budget, we got to budget our money, inflation, and all of this shit. You know, everything costs more than what it used to. So it's like these subscriptions that we have, right? And just to be clear, these religious subscriptions that we have, that bill is starting to become a nuisance because it's like I'm investing in something and it's starting to hurt me, and I'm still not getting a return. You know, at this point, you know, most people, you know, thought they was going to get a return on their investment. You know, whether it was the return of a Messiah or, you know, just things turning up in their life. You know, but when you got people that are saying that they want to reduce the Earth's population, they're saying that they want to have the technology for the cell phone inside your body. You know, these kind of things that people, you know, especially religious people, would be opposed to. You know, um, when are these changes supposed to occur? You know what I'm saying? Like he's saying, like, you know, you throw things in a pit, and that pit, God raises that pit up and changes the whole world. Um, well, there's a lot of stuff in that pit at this point. A lot of people in that pit. You know, like he said, the dream. Yeah, they threw the dream in the pit. People in the pit with it. Families, babies in the pit. So it's like, when is this fermenting of people and dreams and ideas and morale, and, you know, when is that supposed to ferment into something? You know, it's been like what, 50 years, 50 plus years since civil rights. Damn, goddamn, yo. Like, how is it even cool for people like this to even be talking to us at this point? Like, are we not tired of this dude? I gotta write that down. Are we not tired of this dude right here? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like, it's like, let me see what else this fool got to say.
waiting on ambulance service that didn't show up until it's too late. What will happen?
All right, this is a little further back. This is a little bit back.
Well, we'll just tell them
For
something
like
else
2 minutes back or
happened, but
something.
we are going to throw them in a pit. But I come to Memphis today to tell you the same mistake Joseph's brothers made is a mistake you made. You thought you threw Joseph in a pit. You thought you through Dr. King's dream in a pit. But every time you throw something in a pit, God takes the pit and raises it up and changes the whole world.
I think those people was on cue. He said raises it up, and then everybody starts standing up in the back.
Let me
right?
be clear. We understand that there
Yeah,
are
fuck.
concerns about public safety.
Look at that lady in the back.
We
Tell me she wasn't
understand
on
that
cue.
there's needs to deal with crime. But you don't fight crime by becoming criminals yourself.
Now I say to that, even a broke clock is right twice a day. Cause I say that shit all the time. You see the damn cops running the red light. They're running the right to pull you over to say your tail light is out. Like, nigga, you just fucking bucked the traffic like 10 times. Like, what they say, two wrongs don't make it right. So, I concur, even with this fool right here. I concur with that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have how you call yourself upholding the law if you gotta break it to uphold it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You don't stand up to thugs in the street.
Oh, look at his hands. Look at his hands.
Thugs yourself. You don't fight gangs
Look at his hands.
by becoming 5 armed men against an unarmed man. That ain't the police, that's punks.
Is this a celebration of the life of Tyre Nichols, or is this people's opportunity to address the media? It's almost like let's say like if you're an artist, right, and you get a feature on a song, you get somebody featured on your song, and you wanted this person to be on your song, like let's say it's a prominent artist, whatever, and this person gets on your song and they choose to like diss somebody on your song. You just wanted this to just be a hit record, but this person who you pretty much idolize has taken the opportunity on your record to diss one of their foes, right? Bringing controversy to you and basically making your song their diss record. You know what I'm saying? Not beneficial to you, basically. You know what I'm saying? Um, that would be like unfortunate. Like, damn, why would you do me like that? Why would you? I kind of feel like you use me or you use what I got going on for your own benefit. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what's happening right here. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what's happening right here with this shit, because this ain't about Tyre Nichols. You know what I'm saying? This ain't about him. This is about these people and their talking points and how they look good, how they can keep milking people for what they milking people for and keep their positions and their TV shows and their political positions and re-elections and all that. That's what this is. You know what I'm saying? This is not to help heal the souls of the Nichols family. If they're, if they are, you know. but seriously, like, this is not to help the heal the hearts and the minds and the souls of the Nichols family. This is solely somebody's political gain. And I just think, from a moral aspect, that shit is off-putting, to say the least. These people should be ashamed of themselves that they would even do shit like this. If we really care, like, and again, in fairness, this could be like the politicized version of the funeral. Like they could have had like a more traditional funeral before this. You know what I'm saying? And if that's the case, I can respect, this kind of shit a little bit more. But it's like, if this is a legit funeral, like, if this is really like a funeral where this is like the only funeral that they're gonna have, this is not helping them. Like, if anything, you got them reliving the shit that they trying to forget on the spot. You know what I'm saying? They came here to celebrate life, and even like I was saying, like in a traditional aspect, like that was always our ancestors' thing, was to celebrate life. Not to come and cry and mourn and have somebody pull at our heartstrings to make us cry even more. I could imagine, like, if his mom or his brother and his sister or his son is at the funeral, and Mr. Sharpton right here, I wouldn't even call him a reverend, but Mr. Sharpton right here is saying these things and gaslighting the crowd. That could be damaging, especially to a child. Is anybody aware that there's a child in the room? Like, I get it. Like, yeah, we're upset, right? They're upset about, this whole situation, right? But what about the possibility that there's like a child mourning in the room? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't think that that's progressive. I don't think that's progressive, you know, for somebody who might not understand what's going on or just trying to heal. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy.
Man said, I didn't do nothing. You kept on going anyhow. Why do they go ahead? Because they feel that there is no accountability. They feel that we are going to get angry a day or two and then we're going on to something else. But some of us do this every day. Some of us believe in the dream has to come true. Some of us are going to fight until we make this legislation happen. I don't know when, I don't know how, but we won't.
Legislation. We're going to fight to make this. So who are you working for? You see what I'm saying? Who are you working for? Because at the end of the day, this is not Coogee Chakalia. This is not black people doing for self, right? This is black people trying to get somebody to push legislation for them. Remember what Kamala said earlier? Joe Biden's going to sign. He's going to sign it, right? Because y'all cool with the boss, right? With Massa and them. I'll make sure he signs it. But what are we doing for ourselves? What can we do ourselves to protect ourselves better? What can we do ourselves to make sure that things like this don't happen with each other? Is passing legislation and making something a law really going to change the mindsets and the hearts and the ideologies of the people doing these things? That would possibly break these laws? You know what I'm saying? That's just putting a Band-Aid on the problem. That's just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. This will persist. And in fact, like we said, they want it to persist so they can use it to bring real change. But the only real change is just a law passed, just like from what he just told you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say for black people to be free. He didn't say for black people to be independent, He didn't even say for black people to not get killed anymore. He said for this legislation to be passed. So as long as we can have legislation that makes it illegal, all right by me. As long as it's illegal. Not that it stops. No, we can't have it stop because then we won't be able to push more legislation. We won't be able to look like the good guys. Like these people don't have jobs. They don't have relevancy outside of people's trauma. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, what church do he got that he at least like teaching about God? This dude is a politician at best. He always talking about some politics and shit. Like, and then he mix it up with talking about God here and there. He ain't no reverend man. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a puppet, man. And whatever somebody put in his back and up the wazoo for him to say or do, that's what he gonna do until this legislation get passed. So passed for who? Who you working for? You know what I'm saying? And it sounds like you got a lifetime contract. Basically, what you talking about, I don't care how long it takes till we get this legislation passed. So that's not even subservient to one administration. You saying I'm going to serve as many administrations as possible. I'll have black people serving, whether Democrat, Republican, or this administration and that administration, until we get legislation passed and we can make it illegal. And that's just make things better, right? Man, y'all can fall for this dumb shit if you want, but I'm almost just about done with this shit. This is like I think I didn't covered enough shit in this shit to deem this fraudulence. You know what I'm saying? You know, even just from a moral aspect.
And change the system.
Just even from a moral aspect. Fraudulence.
Why do we want to see the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act passed?
Uh-huh.
Because then you have to think twice before you beat Tyre Nichols. You think twice before you
Mind you, I never watched this before. Did not know these people would say these things. What did I say? What did I just say? What did I just say about how they need these things to happen? They're going to allow these things to keep happening so they can hold people accountable for these things. And it don't really matter if these things stop happening, just as long as we have legislation in place. I just said this to you just now. You can rewind it. And then what does he say? Look, he pointed at me. What did he say? You know what I'm saying? He just said what I just told y'all. You know what I'm saying? You know, like about accountability and basically laying in wait until these things happen again so we can pounce on these people and then and do this to them and do that to them and pass this law or whatever. And then what he said, they're gonna have to think twice. They didn't say that was gonna stop them from doing it. They just got to think twice about it. Hey man, I might go to jail. And look, you think, okay, let's play that game. You think that these brothers who beat this dude ass, right? All respects due to, whoever got hurt, but whoever whipped this dude ass, right? You think these dudes didn't think twice about it? They just did it instinctively. They just, you know what I'm saying? But even if they did, let's say that they did it instinctively, because we playing your game. So they did this instinctively, and now they have to think twice before. And I'm a details guy, like I said. Before they do this, ain't that what he said?
shoot at someone unarmed, you think twice before you chokehold Eric Garner. You think twice before you put your knee.
Before, right? The operative word here is before. You think twice before, but they beckon, even welcome you persisting with your intentions or bringing your thoughts to fruition or whatever, however you want to call, deal that card. But they laying in wait for you to do that, because all right, now we got legislation that we can push and say that it works, right? Or because they'll say that we'll do this as a deterrent so that people don't do this anymore, but that's not the case, because you need to push more legislation. So this will persist. Maybe because the people that's doing it is working for them.
Gardeners on George Floyd's neck. Because if you don't have qualified immunity, your wife would be telling you before you leave home, behave yourself. Because we could lose the house. We could lose the car. Behave yourself. Because our savings can be gone. You want to be a tough guy? Well, let's get rid of qualified immunity and see if you learn the same manners you have on the white side of town. You'll have some manners on the black side of town.
Like a lot of people left.
Well, Reverend Al, you don't understand. How are they going to keep crime down in the black community and at the same time not be tough and rough? Well, they do it the same way they do it on the white side of Memphis. And they keep the crime down without being rough and tough. How do you have the same department that can keep crime down on one side of town without beating folk to death, but you can't do it on the other side of town unless you feel that you can get away with it there? I can't speak for everybody in Memphis. I can't speak for everybody gathering, but for me, I believe if that man had been white, you wouldn't have beat him like that night.
True. Can't argue that. They definitely wouldn't do. They definitely wouldn't have tuned him up if he was a Peckerwood. You know what I mean?
We're not asking for nothing special. We're asking to be treated equal and to be treated fair. And just like they marched.
Now the thing is, like, all right, now let me address that. One of the main reasons why that is because not necessarily because of he's black and he's white, is because a white person is more prone to have resources and education on the topic to be able to retaliate. The black person who has been robbed of knowledge, and marginalized, in this society, it's a greater chance that this person doesn't even know how to get back at the situation. So with a white guy, where it's like, all right, a person might say, man, I ain't taking no chances with him. That might be Sergeant's son, or he might be in the politics, or there may be some, and this person go and write this up or do something to me because they know the law and shit. But when they see, like, a nigga who they deem a common street hood or whatever, they'll be like, oh yeah, he don't know. I know he don't know stuff like that. So I can do X, Y, and Z to him, and he wouldn't even know that I broke the law. So they see people, people of color or whatever you want to say, they see those people as low hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying? That shit's crazy. Let's go. Let's finish going through this here.
For 9 years, from the 55 Montgomery bus boycott to the 64 Civil Rights Act. We're going to pay the same dues to get this George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
It's crazy.
Reverend, how long? I don't
These
know how
people
long.
are absurd.
They didn't know how long it would be when they boycotted in the 50s. It's not about a timetable. It's that we cannot continue to live under these double standards and under these conditions. We don't care how long, but I can tell you one thing, those of you that keep voting against that bill, we're going to vote against you. We got more numbers than the police union.
What did I say? This is a political, strategy, man. This is why the vice president is there. This is why Al Sharpton is there, because this is a political attack. We got more votes than you. Braggadocious boasting, right? In a political structure. We got more votes than you. You need to stand down and stand by so we can pass this bill and do what we want to do. Now, one thing, now I'm not going to say that that it doesn't need any, there's nothing that needs to be done about policing in this country. I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is that, like always, when they be passing these bills, bills be like this big. They be bigger than the fucking Bible. You know what I'm saying? And when they pass a fucking bill, that's not the only thing. No, look, they keep saying, yeah, let's pass this bill. And this bill is going to stop these people from doing this. They don't be telling you about all the other shit that's in that fucking bill. You know what I'm saying? That's where the crafty shit come in. So yeah, they'll have us to have them help them push the fucking bill that they tell us that's for this. And this is probably on one sheet. It might be out of this. That bill might be this much paper. You know what I'm saying? But what's the rest of all of this though? That's some other fuckery that you ain't even telling me about. So you people like, yeah, let's pass the bill that's like this big for one thing that you're telling me about. You know what I'm saying? It's just like with when you got forced to go on a date with the Poconos in the Poconos. You know what I'm saying? And got Jabberwockied up. They told you that this shit was good for one thing. But the fucking ingredients for the shit is like this. It's like a fucking bill. It's like one of them Senate bills. It's how many ingredients in that shit. So what the fuck all you need all these goddamn ingredients to do one thing? Because all this other shit is for some other shit. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't talking to you about that. So yeah, we got you to take this bullshit to protect yourself from protect yourself from fiction, right? So we got you to protect yourself from fiction, but you done took on a whole trollload of some other shit that is yet to be determined. That's the fucked up shit. Like, it's like people can sit here and tell you about what they think is in it and what they know, what they think they know, or whatever, right? But the shit is like this big, and some of that shit is yet to be determined. Now, some people have uncovered some shit in their own independent studies and all that. But there's a lot of shit that they don't even know what the fuck is in there. The motherfuckers took that shit, yo. That's crazy. So, and that's the same thing as a fucking Senate bill. When you take a fucking Senate bill, right, or any fucking kind of bill that these motherfuckers try to pass, and they come through the room and they like, oh yeah, here's the bill, here you go, right, boom, and they slap that on the table. Most people ain't reading that shit. You know what I'm saying? We got what, two hours or some shit like that to pass this bill. You want us to read this fucking stack of shit? You know what? Fuck it. Pass that motherfucker through. We're gonna read 30% of this shit, or just tell us the points that we need to look at. Then can you at least give us that then, so we ain't got to go through 6,000 pages of documents just to see what you're talking about. Anybody who would give you something at 6,000 pages is trying to hide something. You know what I'm saying? Trying to hide something. So, you know, when these motherfuckers be talking to you about a damn bill and passing this bill and that bill, well, what's in the damn bill? Don't tell me to pass something that I don't even know what the fuck is in it. You only want to talk about one thing in it, but you don't want to talk about the other 99% of the shit that you want me to. No. You know what I'm saying? Don't work like that. Tell me everything that's in that motherfucker. Then we can talk about passing the fucking bill. I ain't got no problem with making sure that these motherfuckers ain't out here doing fuck shit, right? I got no problem with that. But I got a problem with y'all being crafty and time again, just giving the shit that y'all do. Y'all bait and switches. Y'all have us do one thing, and then at the last moment, it's these little clauses and hidden tax and hidden fees and shit that we wind up having to pay for, and we can't get out of it because we trusted y'all, or we trusted you to trust some other motherfuckers who played us, right? But you know what I'm saying. But when these people are when you in their good graces or whatever, that's when it's like, okay, they're gonna do something for us because we cool now, right? Come on, man. We can't keep depending on this kind of fuckery. Can't keep depending on that. Who they clapping for? Who the hell they clapping for? It's fucking crazy.
I believe that God will do for us what we'll do for ourselves. And even in the pit, Joseph never lost his faith. Joseph could have gave up. Joseph could have gave out, but in the pit, he still believed in the God of his father. And even as I stand over the casket of this innocent young boy,
Where is the casket?
man, 39 years old, with a 4-year-old
Oh,
son
down in
that
the
his
front.
mother and father and his siblings have to raise. I believe that God will take him, Tyre, out of that pit and use him as a symbol for justice all over this country. I believe that babies unborn will know about Tyre Nichols because we won't let his memory die. We're going to change this country
Tyrese Nichols.
because we
Did he just say that?
keep living under the threat of the cops and the robbers.
People was crazy as hell, yo. Like, all right, like what? Like, yo, all right. What's wrong with these dudes, yo? What's wrong with these dudes that a person like that who who uh who allow himself to revel in an applause and a greeting, and a standing ovation for him, right? And the work that he's done, right? So this is somebody who arguably wants to be remembered himself, right? Part of the reason why he's doing all of this shit, right? So these people will then turn around and say that we want people remembered like George Floyd and Tyrese Nichols. Those his words, not mine. So so we want Tyrese Nichols and George Floyd to be remembered, and we want kids to know who these guys were and all of that, right? Now, with that said, just take a moment to just think about all of our ancestors who have done great things, and people try to wash them from history. Try to wash them from history, right? Now, think about how you got people who enjoyed and reveled in a warm welcoming, right? Like he just did. Try to tell you that we should remember people like George Floyd and Tyre Nichols, and not the astronomical feats of our ancestors, not people like Lewis Lattimore, right? They wouldn't even have no fucking lights in that fucking room if it wasn't for brothers like that. But it's like, all right, when do charlatans like this even speak of people name like that? They don't talk about nobody else but Martin Luther King. That's the only thing these dudes talk about is Martin Luther King. You wouldn't think that no other black people, like, imagine, like, I can understand why how ignorant white people can be, because people like this don't do them no service, because they be believing that shit by going off of people like this. They think that shit fucking Martin Luther King is Jesus in the black community. That's all y'all got. Martin Luther King and Obama. These are the only two niggas who ever did something worth accrediting. You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all make it seem like. That's what dudes like this make it seem like. And then it's like, all right, amongst that pantheon of greatness, we want to throw in Tyre Nichols and George Floyd. Now, no disrespect to these brothers, because who knows? These brothers could have been great in their own way, right? I don't know that. I'm not even going to try to like say that they unworthy to be recognized. But I'm just saying, when I said this before. I said, when you look at this is one thing I want to point out. When you look at the history books, right, and I noticed this myself. So I would say this would be more or less a homework assignment here for people. Go look at encyclopedias. Go look at history books and reference books and shit like that. And look at the timelines, right? And look and see what people are famous for. And then you will find that once you get up into like the 1900s, the actual impact or not the impact or the how can I say this? The things that people are being revered for are less and less important. Like you'll see, like up until like the 1800s, this person was famous because they led an army into war, or this person was famous because they came up with this invention and did this. This person was famous because they was a leader, or this and that. You know what I'm saying? And then, but you get up to like the 1900s, this person was famous because they were the first person to do the funky chicken. This person was famous because they had a TV show and a podcast at the same time. This person was famous because they ate 10 cheesesteaks and drank a milkshake. You know what I'm saying? So once you get to like the 20th century and the 21st century, you see that people are famous for literally dumb shit. Things that our predecessors would have like laughed at, like, why the fuck is you even doing that? But these people get put up amongst the pantheon of greatness for the mediocre attributes. Again, no disrespect to George Floyd, or no disrespect to Tyre Nichols, but mediocrity is mediocrity, you know. And it's like, I hate to say that, because it's like it's hard for that to come out any other way than sounding negative. And it's like, I'm not trying to take this opportunity to talk bad about people. That's not really my aim here at all. Like, I'm just looking at this thing with a detective eye, and I'm just concerned at some of the things that I'm saying. You know, that's all. That's all we're doing here. I'm just concerned. Because at this point, I'm definitely certain that this is not a funeral. Like, even when I thought to do this, I was like, yo, this is kind of crazy to even do this. Like, because I don't really want to watch a funeral. You know what I'm saying? I want to look over it. Yeah, I want to investigate, but I don't really want to watch a funeral. I didn't watch the George Floyd funeral, because I just seen bits and pieces of it, because I'm like, man, I don't want to watch a funeral. I don't want to, watch people getting all into that kind of shit. Because in my mindset, I'm thinking of a funeral how I'm accustomed to it. People crying, shit like that. Heartfelt speeches, and I didn't want to hear all that. So it was like, watching this, it's like, damn, this shit is really not even a a funeral at all. Not one bit. Like, and it's just crazy. Like, damn, like I didn't even know this is what they do. Like, this is new to me. You know, like I said, we doing this live. Like, this is new to me. Like, damn, so y'all would use somebody's funeral as a platform to go at your political adversaries? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know that. Like, and they talked about now. You remember now? Yesterday we were talking about um the shit with the border, the Title 42 shit, and they were dropping off migrants to literally to Kamala Harris's house. To in front of her house allegedly. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, like you know, um, it's a humanitarian issue. There's a lack of empathy there for people. There's a challenge to see, well, all right, if you really care about these people, then take them in right now. You know, that's like the wild baby mom effect. Like, you take your wild baby mom, take the kids and bring them to your doorstep and say, here, and leave them on the doorstep and say, your son is outside. You better go get him. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what these motherfuckers did with the migrants. They brought these migrants to their political adversaries' houses and said, here, deal with them. So, like, these people is like gangbanging and shit. So they use this funeral as a platform to attack their political adversaries, even call them out. Like, this is almost like a submission hold, in a proverbial battle. This is like, all right, we got you in the figure four leg lock right now. And I'm taunting you, telling you better tap out. We got the hearts and the minds of the people right now. This is fifth generational war type shit. We got the hearts and minds of the people right now. These people are on our side. So you guys better stand down and stand by and wait for further instructions from us. Because, like I said, there's two wings of the same damn bird. So don't be thinking that one is virtuous and one is bad. Even if that is the case, they connected to the same damn bird, same damn back. Having the same brain sending them signals. You know what I'm saying?
What touched me, I was raised by a single mother. Daddy left when I was 10. Mama raised my sister and I on welfare and food stamps. Touched me is when I heard him calling for his mother. Just like George Floyd.
Right.
Calling for his mother. Something you'd have
to
be a black man. That the only thing between you and disaster was your mother. To understand what calling for your mother means.
Fuck out of
deep
here.
in my heart, I understood Tyre. Because the only thing that kept the kids from laughing at my banana sandwiches in school, because she couldn't afford enough to put meat there, but Mama would make it all right for me. And he knew if he could just get Mother, that they would quit beating him and quit.
Man, cut it the fuck out, yo. Nah, how to. Why do he think that? Like I said, who told black men, yo, if you call for your mom, that'll save your life? Research has shown that black men who call for their mom while being attacked by police has saved their life by 42%. Said no study in the fucking world. You know what I'm saying? Why, like, All right, even when this shit happened the first time, to have these heartfelt tropes and say all of this bullshit. Well, you could have took the more militarized stance to say to an empathetic stance to say to black people, yo, don't call for your fucking mom if you're getting punched on or beat on. Let's try to work on not getting in that predicament in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, is did he try to make that like a black men thing? Like, you only a black man could understand that. Only a black man who, I guess, who was raised by a single parent could understand calling for his mom when he getting his shit kicked out of him. I I'm not going for that, yo. I'm not going for that. I'm going. What I am seeing is a pattern here. This guy here, you know what I'm saying? Everything that I discussed earlier in the video yesterday, you know what I'm saying? There's a developing pattern with this situation, you know? And like I said, this is George Floyd 2.0, you know, or 2.5 or something, or is 2.5. How about that? Oh no, my fault. 2.25. Yeah, this is George Floyd 2.25. Yeah, to be accurate. You know, I never miss with arrows. You know what I mean? But this is gaslight. This is people just trying to get you hyped up to, by their words. Well, look, by his words, to pass bills and shit. That's all this is about. It's not a funeral, you know. So it's like I was feeling kind of, like I said, I was feeling kind of sketchy about doing this because it's like, damn, I don't want to make it seem like I'm disrespecting somebody's funeral or something, you know. I wouldn't want somebody to be looking at me like, damn, this nigga, you going that far, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I don't want to disrespect nobody's funeral, you know. But watching this, I'm seeing that this is no funeral at all. They told us that this is a funeral, but this is not a funeral. This is a political exhibition. You know what I'm saying? It's like a convention and some shit.
All he wanted to do was get home. Now, home, Reverend Jamal Bryant, home is not just a place. Home is not just a physical
Come here and
location.
talk this bullshit.
Home is where you are at peace. Home is where you don't have to keep your dukes up. Home is where you're not vulnerable. Home is where everything is all right. He said, all I want to do is get home. I come to Memphis to say the reason I keep going is all I'm trying to do is get home. I want to get where they can't treat me
This
with
is
a double
bullshit.
standard. I'm trying to get home. I want to get where they can't call me names no more. I want to get home. I want to get where they can't shoot
And they
me
bring the organ in? Are y'all serious?
get home. Every black in America stands up every
This
day
fucking
trying to
dumbass
get
organ.
home.
This is pathetic. I can't believe that y'all would even do this.
We went to Mason Temple.
I bet you did.
Church of God in Christ.
Hmm. I bet you did.
Wells family and Tyre's sisters and brothers.
That's where they was holding up that I am a man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Gave his last speech. They didn't know that night it was his speech for the last time. I was told by those that worked with King that raised me, and I recounted it with Mrs. King. I worked very closely with Martin III. We're going back to Washington August 26th. During his father's March 60th anniversary, we're going to deal with Tyre and the rest of these issues. And they were told me that that day, April 3rd, 1968, it was raining and storming. Dr. King said
April
he
3rd.
didn't even feel like going to the rally. He had come to Memphis
Now,
the week before to leave.
now he's talking about 4/4, the next day, the sacrifice day, the murder day, right? Now I showed y'all in gematria that now we had to do some gematria on Martin Luther King. You know, I'll probably do that in the next video, not tonight because I'm about to get the fuck out off of this joint. But you know, we talk. Look, if 444, look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. So 4 hours and 44 seconds into this thing, and we talking about the kill number 44. Right? I didn't even plan that. But you know, that's why sometimes people say this numerology shit is like some Ouija board shit. But you know, 44. You know, the kill number. You know, and I showed how Tyre Nichols, his name equals what is it? Let me look at my book real quick. Is it 404 or 44? Let's see real quick. Yeah, 44. Yeah, so 44. So he has the kill number for 44. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, I used that reference a billion times. Martin was killed on April 4th, 4/4, just like the 44 caliber killer. You know, the son of Sam. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've pointed out, you know, this shit plenty of times, you know. So it's not a coincidence that, you know, this, you know, and again, this is a developing pattern here. So, you know, you're seeing, like I said, about the whole medical people failing to respond to brothers getting killed in Memphis, you know, and then both these brothers have the stamp of 44, which is a reference to kill, placed on them. You know, the brother Tyre has 44 and 17 placed on him. You know, the actual date of him being murdered was 1/7. You know what I'm saying? Or allegedly murdered or whatever. But the incident happened on 1/7. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, how many times is a coincidence possible or is mathematically impossible? So let me see how much time is left on this thing, man, because I think y'all get the point of what I'm saying here. You know what I'm saying? All right, we halfway done here. I'm done. But this this video is halfway done. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. I'm gonna fast forward, you know, a little bit. Maybe we might do a follow up and a part 2 to this or something more, you know. But it's getting to the point where I gotta get the fuck out of here. You know, at least to stretch my legs or something. You know what I mean? Go to bed, go to the gym, something. You know, this is sitting here too long. You know, I start feeling like I'm from South Cac.
When he went to the mountaintop, he could look over and see a Kamala Harris sitting as vice president. I believe when he looked over from the mountaintop,
This is too good to just. I can't even just. It's crazy.
didn't expect you to disgrace him. He expected you to
Come on with that. Come on with the organ. Bring the organ. Get a drum or something.
I'm still marching. Yes, I got books out. Yes, I got a TV show, but I'm a mountain
Oh shit.
climber.
Oh shit.
I'm not going to stop till I get to the top of the mountain. You can call me names on right-wing television. I'm a mountain climber. I expect stumbles to come my way. I'm a mountain climber.
Stop playing,
you
yo.
can disgrace me. You can discredit me, but I'm going to keep on climbing. I'm going to climb until Tyre Nichols get justice.
Tyre Nichols.
Until Eric Garner gets justice.
Tyre Nichols.
Until we change the laws. We're mountain climbers. We're not
change the laws.
We're mountain climbers. And if God be for us, it's more than the whole world against us. He walks with me. He talks with me. He tells me that I'm his own. He's been fooled. When I was
Yo, they going ham with that dumbass organ, yo. I can't believe this.
thirsty, he's my rock. He's my rock. He's my rock. My sword and shield. My will. In the middle of the wheel. Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking fuckery, man. I'm just sitting here like, yo, I cannot believe this dude is just going on like this, and they got this organ playing. Like, how cliche is the church organ? I can't believe they did this. This is ridiculous, yo. Like, this is crazy.
Let us have a call to action.
No, call to action. This is, they're trying to tell you this ain't nothing but political masturbation, yo. It's crazy.
To get justice.
Mm-hmm.
Let us all be mountain climbers. Don't stop till we get to the top. Many years ago, there was a young boy killed at a boot camp in Florida. Those in charge killed this boy. There was a young lawyer that called me in New York. He asked me to come and stand with the students in Tallahassee, Florida. And I went down and we led some marches.
All right, man. Come on, dude.
After that, a couple of years later, came to see me balcony.
In that legislation. So thank you.
Oh my God, they got Crump up here. Oh shit!
Young boy killed.
Like that again. How is this a this is ridiculous, yo. Let me go ahead a little bit. Hold up.
Now, and I want everybody to remain in place until the family has recessed from the sanctuary. But at this time, I want to pronounce the committal.
What?
In submission to the will of our Heavenly Father, who is saw fit to take out of this world the soul of Tyre Nichols, we therefore commit his remains to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Looking forward to the glorious appearing of our great God and our Savior Jesus, who at the cry of command and the last trump shall descend from heaven. The dead in Christ shall rise first.
Look at Al
Those
Sharp.
who are alive and remain shall be caught up to meet them in the air. And there we shall be with the Lord forevermore. And I heard a voice
Hopefully
from
nobody
heaven saying,
nobody
"Write,
DS'd at this John.
Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us." Will we all stand to our feet with the exception of the family? Reverend Toon, the National Field Director of the National Action
How
Network.
is this a funeral? Like, how did they like? This is ridiculous, yo. Like, who knew this shit ahead? Yo, this is crazy as fuck. Celebration of life. Now, in your opinion, was that a celebration of life? And that's that, and that's really what I'm gonna say here. You know, as far as a moral a moral analyzation of this. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna go back, and I'm about to wrap this up, but I'm gonna go back a little bit because I want to see what Crazy Crump had to say. You know what I mean? Who is this guy? That guy I got to talk to. This is a whole bunch of talkers. Look, this is how this is a funeral. They show these same pictures, and he look. I told y'all he was down with the swirl. He had that. He ain't, you know, he down with the swirl. You know, I'm gonna just leave it at that. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of material in here, man. I'm gonna have to come back to this because I gotta wrap this up, man. We gotta wrap this up. You know, I'm not from South Carolina. I'm from Philly. I got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be on streams for 6 hours. All right, let me leave that alone. All right,
Why couldn't they see the humanity in Tyre? Turn to your neighbor and ask them that. Why couldn't they see the humanity in Tyre? For his mama. Turn to your neighbor again and ask them, why couldn't
turn to your neighbor again. These motherfuckers is crazy. Like, yo, all they doing is outdoing each other. That's all they doing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, this one come up and speak. All right, he say some shit. I'm gonna come up and speak. I got something for this shit. Everybody just getting their shit off. This is nothing but political masturbation here. All the shit is just everybody, converge on this subject to try to help push this legislation, in the name of Jesus, right? How do we even mix politics and state in the first place? Like, how, like people did the most to separate those things. So for these like charlatans and fake pastors to like converge on somebody's funeral and turn it into a political attack in the name of God, right? It's like that in itself is blasphemy. And with that said, I'm done with this stupid video. That shit was just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I went through the shit though. And it's a lot more material to go through there, but it ain't happening tonight. It ain't happening this morning because it's morning time now. We've been on here for almost 1/4 of the day. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, this has to conclude. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you might do a part 2 or 3 or whatever the fuck it is necessary there. But listen, man. If you made it to the end of this video and you still think that I did something offensive, you might have to check your moral compass or at least your emotional calibration because it might be off. With that said, if you come across vital information, it's your obligation to share with the nation. Ashe, peace and benedictions. Just like the sage up on the way out. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit is needed. Because looking at that shit got my cells feeling crazy. You know what I'm saying? We got to get that negative bullshit out of here because that shit's ridiculous. You can't believe this bullshit on the news. In all sincerity, you cannot believe the shit that you see on the fucking news. You know what I'm saying? That's why what we do is important. Bring you the real information. This is why we get shadow banned. This is why we get censored. You know what I'm saying? But we need the help of the people to get the right information out to the people. So that's why I say that wholeheartedly. When you come across vital information, It's your obligation to share it with the nation. Yeah, it does rhyme, but it really makes sense. Ashe, peace and benedictions. Only you can prevent cognitive dissonance. And we out. All right, what the fuck?
I am the best in the world at what I
have the balls
do.
to say things that nobody else has the balls to say. This is power. Nobody can touch me. This voice, this is power.
There is nobody that eats, sleeps, or breathes this business more than me.
You're not as good as I am.
I'm the best.
You're not as good as me. I never had to call myself the best in the world. Other people said it for me.
In anybody else's hands, this is a microphone. In my hands, it's a pipe bomb.
I am part of a special I am one of a literal dying breed.
Everything I have, I've fought for and I've
care
earned.
what the hierarchy thought of us.
I wouldn't have 5 years of pent-up ammunition to unload on him. I wouldn't have so much to say.
And yeah, I got a bad attitude and a bad reputation.
I tend to piss a lot of people off.
But I didn't give a damn. And yeah, I developed a chip on my shoulder because I knew I was the best. I am the best in the world at what I do.
Do I have everybody's attention now?